December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup, final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Who knew caffeine could taste this good? With 5-Hour Energy Shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor, from watermelon to strawberry, banana to sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. You'll get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon and give your caffeine a flavor upgrade.
If you're looking for a smart, stable investment, take it from the experts. Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and even the Jags owner Shad Khan all see the value in U.S. farmland. But you don't need to be a billionaire to get in on this. AgVest Advisors has managed over $900 million in farmland deals across 10 states, offering full-service support to families and investors just like you. From pre-closing to farm management that optimizes your returns, call AgVest founder Chris Bronner at 618-520-7022 or visit agvestadvisors.com.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on YouTube. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in our program by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, and by opening up your YouTube app, typing in TMA STL, and then subscribing to the channel to rank us and see which one you would like to go out with over the Thanksgiving holiday.
What?
It's a promotion, bro.
For Thanksgiving?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. A week from
Sounds
tonight.
like Doug's available.
Yeah. Jackson, where are you going for Thanksgiving?
I usually go to Tam Ave Bar. It's usually my spot.
It's usually pretty good vibes. They have a fire going on outside.
You like a nice fire?
Yeah, that's more my speed. It's usually people closer to my age as opposed to a little bit younger. Like kids in college, I don't really want to be around during that time.
Oh, you've outgrown it. You're 27.
Yeah,
There'll be 40-year-olds that haven't outgrown it, Tim.
That's exactly right. A number of my compadres will be looking for that ass.
You go to some bars on that day before Thanksgiving, and it's like an hour line to get in.
Oh, sweet. Doug, do you want to stand in line with me?
No, thanks. How about Nick's Pub? Is that a happening spot?
Great spot.
Hey, Kay Adams.
Open till 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a karaoke place, though, isn't it?
No, you're thinking of Stan's Bar.
Don't tell me what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you're out of line there a little bit.
On Mackland. No, Nick's. They have live music usually outside.
Oh. Because a lot of folks in this wedding from last week, the younger ones all went to Nick's Pub.
Maybe they do
They
karaoke
talked about how
now.
they did karaoke.
Maybe they do that now. I'm not sure.
Doug looks like a sexy Tony Curtis today. That's from Professor Roy Hinckley in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Mine is a sort of animal magnetism that has no off switch.
Flip that off.
Sometimes I might take a break just to give the other bulls a chance.
You just ad-lib that?
It's his calling card. Tony Curtis, like to dress like a woman?
Oh, he did?
Isn't that the one?
Don't kink shame.
I don't have a
Curtis.
problem with it. I believe.
God, did he take a shot?
No, that was one of his things. Right,
He was a
I have to go.
cross-dresser?
He took a lot of roles where he was dressed as a woman.
I guess he did.
Doug, there are a lot of babes at Tam Ave. That's from Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building with Keisha Gray, friend of the program. Is she on the, what is it called? The Skeleton on HD2?
Keisha? I don't know. Yeah, I think she is. Yeah.
Great interview.
Yeah. Some of those are just world class.
Thank you. All right, let's yell about the Blues for 4 hours, and then I'm going to take the next few days off. Let's go.
You need some time away because of another
I just have a bunch of vacation to burn before the end of the year, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's our anniversary. Doug, thank you for the gift.
Okay.
So we're going to dinner tonight, and I'll probably drink scotch and see if I can get over to Western Illinois for a nightcap. Probably operating
Pops?
at a 1%.
I got a gift card for Pops.
P-O-P-S, P-O-P-S, Pops, 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 Pops.
How much is on that gift card?
There's a little bit left over. Had to check out a board up. Had to fire him, but I bought him some fries first.
You buy him fries and then terminate him?
And there's a Foghead cover band tonight at
is that
Pops,
right?
I think. So you're in luck.
Huge.
Yes.
All right, so the Blues lose again, but we're going to spin it because they picked up a point. I guess we're at the point of doing that crap now. I'm not really interested in it, but I guess that's what's going on. So Spin, Spin, Sugar. Remember that song, Spin, Spin, Sugar?
I
Jackson,
don't
can we
think
do that as
so.
return music?
Not a
Spin,
problem.
Spin, Sugar. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I don't remember it.
3-on-1 in overtime. You expect to lose that game?
3-on-1 puck battle right there along the boards. Thought someone might come up with it. Wasn't the case. Toronto came up with it and scored. We only scored twice, and one of those was when the Leafs put the cow pie in their own feed trough. Nice. That hurts. That really, really hurts. And Toronto was without 7 of their injured players.
What are you trying to say?
Well, 7. They were kind of playing shorthanded there, up and down the bench, and they still took our measure. I'm beginning to wonder if this is not going to be the Blues year.
Hold on a second. What are you saying? They picked up a point.
It feels like maybe they're not the best team in the league right now.
What if they just get hot?
If we can just get hot, we could still get up to 6th place.
Oh, all right.
That's a new slogan.
T-shirts.
You've altered the slogan. So you're saying 20 games is probably a good litmus test. What was the JR headline the other day? This team is bad.
I enjoy it.
And JR's traveling with this team.
To his credit, he's putting his face right out there if the boys want to go after him. And I don't think it would be the boys. But, yeah, he's right there. He's traveling with the boys. And, Martin, you said they went right from Toronto to Philadelphia. No rewards by staying in Toronto. We will penalize you by landing in Philadelphia, even though you got a point, by landing in Philadelphia at 2 a.m.
That's how I would do it. You get reward. Okay, we're in a cool city. If you win, we stay.
Yes.
You lose, we're flying to Philly. That wouldn't work logistics-wise, but, yeah, they flew to Philly, just sitting there. Good chance to take in our nation's history, Doug, if you have a day in Philly. A lot of these Canadians can learn a little more about the U.S.
Mm-hmm. That Liberty Bell's just like randomly on a street. I'm sure you guys have seen that in our travels to Philadelphia.
You think that's what they're doing today?
Hanging out the Liberty Bell.
Taking in historic sites?
I would imagine so. Yeah. Let's see if...
Just sitting
reread
around
the
Philly for a
Constitution.
day and a half, and then they'll be in Tim, they'll be in Manhattan for 3 nights, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, maybe Tuesday.
But they're going to stay in Secaucus?
I think there's a Manhattan stay in there after they get that Islander game out of the way on Saturday. I mean, by out of the way, I mean win, of course. Mm-hmm. The boys are there to lock in and give you the best effort possible. But 20 games, I think you're right, Doug. Sort of who they are.
The Blues are now sitting with 17 points. Only the Nashville Predators and Calgary Flames have fewer.
And you have 4 points against the Flames.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice little fun fact for no and tell. Yeah. 4 of the points are against the Flames. Here's Jim Montgomery on the overtime.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of rush chances there that never materialized, really hitting the net. Holloway had the last one, then they went the other way, and we doubled up in the corner, and we weren't able to win that battle, which were 2 there, 1. I forget who there won. I think it was Tavares. I know it's a high-end player, but we got to win that battle, you know. We had won a lot of battles during the game, and that was one that cost us the game.
With a sick move by William Nylander
that was
to get the goal. Bennington played well, to his credit. He kept him in it. But you just got to score. You just got to score a little. Your top guys have got to come to life sooner or later. They just have to.
I just thought it was deflating even early. They literally give you a goal. And how much later do they give it back? Was it 2.5 minutes later? Or they couldn't even enjoy that for very long. And after that, yes, Bennington did make a lot of big saves, but early on you get gifted a goal and you just right away, and a goal for Toronto. Give it right back.
Guys, Monty looked rough in the presser. Martin, was he in there's a tilt?
This is
kind of a 45-degree angle?
Because it says to me, face in hand, slightly tilted to the right, kind of resigned. Like, well, what can I tell you, fellas? You saw it. I think the body language is screaming at us that he doesn't know what else to say or to do.
Hunchback of Von Castle has a suggestion. Armstrong should book their hotel in Staten Island. Do you think that would send a message? And they have to take the ferry to and fro.
Make them walk to the rink.
I don't know that sends much of a message.
You ever stay in Staten Island?
No.
I've never been
to
Staten Island. Is that where the Statue of Liberty is on Staten Island? So I guess I've technically
been. Ellis Island.
Papers is shaking his head in disgust.
I mean, our people had that Mick attached to our names right there. But yes, you can see Staten Island from the Statue of Liberty, but you got to take the ferry to and fro.
To get to Staten Island.
Yeah, Doug, it's a lovely orange boat, and that's what the Blues will be taking now?
I don't think they'll make them do that.
Someone's getting traded. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette.
But if you trade from what you would consider your top 6 forwards, I don't know that they have any depth that they could trade a defenseman. If you're going to trade from your top 6 forwards, you'd be trading almost everybody at their lowest value because nobody's done a thing all year.
Montgomery is overrated. Fire him now. Oh. That's from the Huntley hot wife Hunter.
And that was
hunting hot wives yesterday, Jackson? What were we at? Wasn't there a nice... Was that somewhere in like St. Peter's or something like that?
Hunting hot wives? The Twin Cities.
Twin Cities, Crystal City and Festus.
Right,
that's because Mr. Licks got in a fight with Beer Cats.
Right.
That's right.
Right. Hot Wife
that
Autumn.
Was Hot Wife Autumn.
Mm-hmm. Full circle.
Thank you. Need like show notes right up here for me to like a glossary to remember.
And maybe a map too that we know your hot wife and you circle the Crystal City Festus area.
But this guy's in Huntley doing it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Caller Matt yesterday pointed out that
Carpenter Matt or Caller Matt?
No, Caller Matt early on.
Stephen Boundbrook, what's up, Steve?
Had a lot of energy and called in early and was asking the question, why doesn't Monty take some of the heat? And so now you're seeing people say, fire Monty. And I think at some point here, I think at some point you'll get Doug Armstrong saying, if we fire him, it doesn't change anything. He's not going anywhere. One of those Monty or Army type addresses. But
that's what you have to say when a guy's early in his contract.
Yeah. I mean, he's 20% of the way in.
Yeah.
He ain't going anywhere. I mean, at least let me operate on this premise. I can't imagine he's going anywhere. No. But that's the thing that's a bit tilting isn't the right word. Exhausting, actually, because I don't know what the hell there is that they can/will do. Play out whatever hand you want. Let's focus on Armstrong. The man's done at the end of the year. Play out Montgomery. He's under contract for 5 years. And then, Doug, when people talk about trading whomever, as you astutely observed about 5 minutes ago, you would be selling at the lowest value of the stock. So what do you do? And that's the spot that the Blues find themselves in a month and a week since they opened up the season. Sweet mother of mercy, we are in the winter of our discontent.
Oh, gosh, we sure are.
I mean, we've got a Cardinal team that we're excited to see who they can trade, a Blues team that has been given 0% chance of winning the Stanley Cup by Money Puck as of 48 hours ago, 2.8% chance to make the playoffs, Jackson. I don't know if that number has moved. Maybe it's down to 2.6. I don't know.
We might be in negative numbers at this point.
Wow, it actually went up.
It went up. They liked what they saw.
Got a point.
3.8%.
All right, now here we go. All right, now that uplifted my spirit.
Who's on board?
Now to win the cup, it remains at 0%.
Oh.
But 3.8% now to make the playoffs.
Well, Mizzou going to the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Would that pick up your spirits a little bit?
Of course.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We go to bowls around here, okay?
Prairie View A&M win the other night.
Hell yeah.
I think they're at the point where they have to do something, even if it's to make a trade where you maybe don't get fair value in return. They got to shake it up somehow. You can't just float along like this all year, I don't believe.
Well, I agree with that. That's the thing, and I think it's the only thing. It's the only option from a realistic standpoint. Now, if this were college football, Montgomery would be gone, and they would just pay him.
Yeah, he'd get like $50 million.
Right.
So what do you do? Healthy scratch Buchnevich or something that's kind of jarring. They tried that with Kyrou.
Yeah.
But it's a bit like the Fetty situation, which, as people know, drove me crazy because they just kept putting him out there, Doug, because it would be different the next time. And then he would get rocked. But it'd be different the next time. And then he would get rocked. But it would be different the next time.
Right.
So you're at a point here. And, yes, if you can get your goalies to play better, that would certainly help. So if Binnington can give you a chance to win games, that helps. But still, the rest of the squad, and it has become a debate, I think. Is the team, the roster, just not that good? I've seen multiple people have said that to us when we critique how they're struggling. They say they're just not a good. It's not a good roster. Well, you have some proven players. You have some young players who are expected to be very good. It's an interesting mix, really, of younger emerging players and older players. But maybe that core that has been here with our friend Robert Thomas and Jordan Kyrou, the core there that's in Parayko has been here for a while. Now Shen's older. But maybe we've overrated the actual talent of the roster. And the pundits around the country, remember, it was Monty when I went to that golf tournament at Belle Reve, eventful day, and he said, when I mentioned people were excited, he said, well, not around the country, not from what I've read, not from what I've heard. He was referencing outside of St. Louis that the pundits, the hockey people, weren't that high on this team. And looking back, maybe they knew what they were talking about in assessing the
Could have
talent.
been. Well, the drop-off from Buchnevich has been alarming. The year he got here, 21-22, he scored 30 goals. He was a plus 29. This year, a quarter of the way through, he's got 2 goals. He's a minus 11. He signed through, I believe, 2029 and $8 million a year. That's a real burden if you get nothing from a guy who's making that kind of money. I mean, you're getting nothing from him right now. That's a real problem. I don't know if he's one that you sit for a while to light a fire under him or something. You've got to have more than that from him.
You got to do something, Doug. You can't just Fetty this thing.
No.
Don't forget about the SLU soccer, idiots. It's from Brian Henshin,
That's
covering
right.
the Colts. So we were scolded yesterday for not talking about St. Louis University soccer program, and Brian Henshin there to remind us. Speaking of the Blues, if it's happening in Crystal City, can we actually call it hot wifing? Shouldn't it be like sharing a plate of sea bass or something? That's from Shrimply Pibbles, Doug, who does send in pictures of his wife to this program, but he refuses to do it anymore because I picked Mississippi State against Missouri.
Yeah. You had that coming. You blew that.
So
I'm not sure I've ever shared a plate of sea bass.
Martin, do you enjoy sharing a plate of sea bass, which I guess is now code?
I don't know what that even means.
No, I don't either.
I just read what's in the teleprompter.
You don't get enough to share it.
Because sea bass sounds kind of, on the hoity-toity side.
Yeah.
And we're down in the Twin Cities, so I'm trying to figure out what the
Mississippi's close.
Yeah, I don't.
Fresh catfish?
Well, call whoever sent it. Call in.
Shrimply Pipples call.
We have open phone lines on Wednesdays.
Yeah, we do.
Because that's sort of our post-game show to the Tuesday open phone line.
That's correct. And on the Stiefel dossier, Greg Warren will be in studio at 8 o'clock. Always enjoy having him on. So I saw him in the hallway, said this on the program. He was out there talking to Rafe Williams of the Rish Show. And we've all known Greg for a number of years. I mean, hell, he's Kirkwood HOF just like you, right there?
Yes.
And he was all excited. You could sense he was proud, as he should be, because he had just found out he was going to be on The Tonight Show. And so knowing he was coming in studio today, about 5 in the morning, I'm looking for his set on The Tonight Show, which was, I think, supposed to be like November 4th-ish, and I couldn't find it. And then you guys were telling me that something wound up happening where he had to reschedule, but he's still going to be on. So the next best thing to The Tonight Show is coming in here. So...
it's close. Just in terms of the reach, you're probably going to get a few more, eyeballs here,
on this program
than you would there.
When you look at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, you see the Nipper School Monitor and Lex Luthor and Liquor in front and Poker in rear and Heimblum spreadsheet. Jimmy Fallon doesn't reach that. NBC doesn't reach that.
No.
We reach that.
That's right. That's right.
Hope that doesn't come off like a humble brag.
Well, that's why he's here, not there.
Thank you.
He told me he was also at the, and I think there was some kind of conflict. He was doing something with Nate Bargatze.
That's his guy, man.
And he told me he was there at game day with him.
He did go.
Yeah, so he was there for the Mizzou Vandy, the whole game day hoopla show, but something happened schedule-wise, so hopefully he's getting rescheduled for the Tonight Show. But I'm sure he told Fallon, I got to do TMA first.
I've got that in a couple of
Remember the booking
weeks.
wars? Didn't Jay Leno have, like, vicious booking wars, and if you did Letterman, you couldn't come on the Tonight Show?
That right?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we got him. And Fallon, sorry. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. Also on today's program, so Greg Warren in studio at 8 o'clock, we are giving away tickets to Motley Crue. Doug, Mount Rushmore of Motley Crue songs.
Well, I'd say it'd be their 4 best. Those would be the Mount Rushmore.
That's a good summation. Mm-hmm. What's your Mount Rushmore of blank? Well, the 4 best ones.
I like that.
There are 4 big
Jackson,
hits.
why don't you go with your Mount Rushmore since Doug named his?
The only one I can think of off the top of my head is Girls. And I don't really like that song.
Girls.
They don't play that at Ladue?
It doesn't seem like it has much to it. They just say girls, girls, girls.
Right. Well, it's a tribute to the Stag Bars.
Sure. I liked the Motley Crue movie that they made.
That was really well done.
Movie.
Yeah,
What was that?
It was fine. Machine Gun Kelly played Tommy Lee. It was interesting. Wasn't
Vince
much.
Neil.
No.
Vince Neil. Is he the one who wears the bandana, or is that the guy from Poison?
Brett Michaels, Poison.
Okay. Vince Neil. Girls, girls, girls. Talk dirty to me?
That's Poison again. Boy, you really like that Brett Michaels, CeCe DeVille, Bobby Dahl, and Ricky Rocket? That's the drummer, Ricky Rocket?
I don't know.
Those two, Doug, are they always conflated, those two, Poison and
I don't
Motley
know.
Crue?
Gotta do show prep, man. Gotta do it.
Gotta do show prep.
Do you go Dr. Feelgood? Girls, girls, girls. Home Sweet Home has to be in there with Tommy Lee on the piano. Boy. I mean.
And Tommy Lee was married to Pam Anderson?
Yeah, and well hung, right?
Oh,
The whole thing.
Jackson.
don't say the whole thing.
Well, it was a whole thing.
Well, that's what I said.
What was the whole thing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Pam Anderson. Tommy Lee.
Them dating, them being I thought you were specific to his anatomy. You were talking about the whole
Right.
thing.
There was some
yeah, and I was going to have to explain that to my kids.
There was famous footage.
And you see, Pamela Lee now refuses to wear makeup of any kind.
Pamela Anderson?
Pamela Anderson, yeah.
She was just in the Naked Gun remake.
How was that?
Not bad.
Is that on Movie Boy?
No. I think I briefly touched on it.
But I think she had a thing going where she was widely considered one of the most beautiful women in America there for a long time, or the most beautiful in show business, whatever. And now she says she doesn't like to be typecast, that's all she is, so she doesn't wear makeup of any kind and says, this is natural, this is just me.
Yeah, that's why I decided to shrink and go bald.
Same
What
reason.
about you, Doug? When
Just
you got
kind of level the playing field for everyone else.
And Doug, when you got out of TV, you said, that's it, no more makeup, this is who I am.
Right.
You guys have all fawned over me for years through your television screen, and now I'm just going to be the real Doug Vaughn.
This is the bare me with the addition of the hair transplant.
Shrimply Pibbles, who says he's going hot wifing in Crystal City, but he's calling it sharing sea bass, says Ricky Rocket equals super average drummer, super average dong. Tommy Lee, solid drummer, huge hog.
Okay. We got experts going to rate drummers now.
Not just drummers. So we're giving away these Motley Crue tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Where are they playing, Tim? I apologize for putting you on the spot.
No problem. I got the copy right here. It's August 19th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater, so you have 10 months to get ready. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of tickets to Motley Crue with special guest Tesla and Extreme on August 19th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Tickets for Motley Crue go on sale this Friday at 9 a.m., but we have your chance to win free tickets to the show by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Find all the tickets and a bonus chance to register to win tickets to Motley Crue at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. That is the prize for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Martin just had him out to his house this past Friday to install a new system. Doug seemingly has him out every other day just to see Adam and Steve and Larry.
Right.
And I guess I'm going to see if I can get on that rotation as well, since we're all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. The great Seth Goldcamp has come up with the most wonderful promotion in the 2 decades of this program. He is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month in January 2026. So get your emails ready. This is spring training. Find out what gets through the filter. Find out what gets votes. And then when we begin the contest on January 5th, you are ready to go. And it might lead to a brand new HVAC system. And imagine being able to tell your wife, or in the case of our huge number of female listeners, your husband, how you won a $10,000 HVAC system. And that was by beating Buck Swope and Riot's dad and Uncle Carl's double-sided fleshlight in the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month standings. That'd be a point of pride that you would carry with you to the grave.
Mm-hmm. You explain that to everyone who walked into your house and felt cozy.
That's right. I emailed into the Nitwit Show. and we got
That's all it took.
That's all it took. Greg Warren is in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. A lot of Blues discussion because Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us, and we think he's in Philadelphia, Martin.
I bet he stayed in Toronto.
I think he should. So Jeremy Rutherford will be taking 2-part questions coming up at 9 o'clock. That's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And Eli Drinkwitz yesterday, he talked. Oh, did he talk? And we've got that for you coming up. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, you wanted spins, sugar?
I really
You
did.
got it.
All right, thank you.
I looked at the music video for this. One of the most unhinged things I've ever seen in my life.
What was it?
What year is this? This one, I know I heard it in Columbia in the late 1990s.
96.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was going to go 96. Dimitri Young had that triple.
Yeah, Sneaker Pimps. And most of the video takes place on the toilet. The lead singer is on the toilet.
Oh, that's
I
gross.
know. I want to preface this, but I'm not kink shaming.
I would kink shame that.
And then she starts licking a dirty mirror.
Oh.
Probably just getting the residue that the dollar bill didn't pick up.
Yeah,
That's classy.
That's old money right there.
Classy.
Shot like really strangely, where they flip the colors out of nowhere.
Ah, sick.
Unhinged.
Well, I guess we'll just do Motley Crue then the rest of the way, because we are giving away Motley Crue tickets for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, coming your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Jeremy Rutherford with us. Martin and I are betting on from Toronto. That's at 9 o'clock, taking your two-part questions. JR with us. Probably do a couple segments with JR, since the Blues are the focal point of the ire this morning. And then, of course, we have Greg Warren in studio, who canceled his Tonight Show appearance to be with us to reach more people. So that was the logic on that.
His agent has since been admitted to a hospital to try to get over it.
So we're looking forward to that. That's what we've got for you. Blues discussion in the first segment. Second segment here on TMA for November 19th, 2025 on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can talk it over with other TMA listeners. 185 are in there right now. And Doug, we're up to 6,210 subscribers. You wanted to get to 6,250 this week. So subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk with MD 2020, Heimblum spreadsheet, Jackson's brother Charcoal, Professor Roy Hinckley, and John Scores, and Jake and St. Genevieve. They're all in there talking about it. And somebody I saw during the commercial break said they loved what Eli Drinkwitz said. Must be an active chat, because it is already disappeared on my monitor. Gabe didn't even get a chance to ask the question yesterday, Martin.
I wonder if he had heard through his circles. Oh, DeArmond's going to ask you about the thing, if you want to address it. I have a feeling, knowing how college communications departments work, that they may have said, you may want to, if you want, actually you're nervous to say, Coach, if you want to address it.
It's a preemptive strike.
I'll let you know when I'm going to address it. Sounds good. No media ever at any practice again. You got it, boss. But maybe they said, Coach, you would.
So he gave it to him. He gave him the preemptive strike. Yes. Here is Eli Drinkwitz. Can I just pause the soundbite right there? I have a moral obligation to the audience. It's an oath we all take to do this. I mean, come on. Stop.
We scored the second. When he brought that up, I'm like, okay, we're in spin mode here.
I mean, there wasn't a soul. And I don't even know who scored the most points in an SEC game, but there wasn't a soul saying that. And I guess my spreadsheet got in his crosshairs. On the 0-15 since 2020.
And when he says scored the most points,
teams with a winning conference record.
Is he counting the games against Central Arkansas?
No, I think he's saying in a conference game is what I believe he's referencing.
Because we probably ought to fact check that, because they haven't scored that many points in conference games, really.
Right, but it's the second. I guess somebody else in the SEC scored more than 49 points one game. I mean,
but that's not relevant.
I mean, it's not. Use your hand on me here. All right, Jackson, carry on.
Now this week it's a different story, because we scored the second most points in the SEC this year at 49. So, all of this stuff is just a distraction. I would like to remind everybody, including our fans, we absolutely love Mizzou. We love what we're building. We've been to 6 straight bowl games. We've got the sellout streak going. Our administration has been nothing but phenomenal to me. Since I've been here, I've signed multiple extensions. In fact, I signed one this past summer. So all the speculation is really a tribute to them, and it's a tribute to our team's success and their commitment to our team. And that's where my focus is going to remain on our team and our current situation, and I'm not going to get into all that stuff because, again, it's just a distraction.
Okay.
You rattle off all the names of the administration and people that he has had the support with, that he's worked with. But again, if you're a fan and you want him to say, listen, I'm not going anywhere. I don't care what anybody writes, anybody says, I'm committed here, we're locked in, my family loves it here. I'm not saying I would do that, but if you're a fan and you wanted to hear something definitive, you didn't hear that at all.
Doug, did you get a chance to watch that yesterday, or is that the first time you're hearing it?
That's the first time I heard it.
What's your reaction?
About what I would have expected. Just kind of word salad. I'm concerned about my current team. I love it here. That's what you say when you're not sure what you're going to do, I guess. It doesn't sound like he backed off completely of going or staying.
But people are still
kind of what you would expect.
I would say respectfully too, people are still frustrated that you don't win the big game. That's still true. They would like you to stay, the majority, but are still frustrated that Mizzou hasn't gotten over the hurdle. You can talk to the Jeremy Macklins and Will Franklins that are former Tigers, like, oh yeah, man, I can't wait till we win the big. Everybody's in the same camp. Let's win a big game. Even beating Oklahoma, it won't matter. It won't change your season here. I think narrative-wise for him, hey, okay, maybe we are capable. Maybe this is going in the right direction. If you lose to Oklahoma, as you're expected to do, it's a little more of the same. Hey, we're pretty good. We're just not hanging with the big boys.
Now, just a point of reference, because I think when I dug into those numbers, that wasn't like, see, I told you. That wasn't it. I was just... Gabe posted something that week about, he doesn't have wins against top 10 teams. And I realized they beat Ohio State. It's like I always got to have this disclaimer about that. But top 10 teams in the regular season when everybody's trying. But it's tough to beat top 10 teams. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but it doesn't mean anything unless you give context. And the criticism isn't even top 10 teams. These are just teams in the SEC that have finished the season with a conference record, because at that point, you are dealing with objective data. Rankings are subjective, and oftentimes the brand name of a team impacts where they are ranked. I would imagine that would be universally agreed to, but either way, even then, that is a subjective thing. So that is why I dug into those numbers, and I provided them. But by providing those numbers, which was more of an exercise for myself, and then I was able to share them since we have this show, it became, you must hate Drinkwitz or you want him out. And I want to make this crystal clear. There has been progress, and they absolutely can beat these teams. In 2021 and even 2022, they were getting blown off the field by teams. In 2023, LSU was a game that they should have won, and they hung with what I think was the best team in the country that year in their venue at Sanford Stadium in Athens, Georgia. And much less this year, whether it be Alabama or Vanderbilt. And I realize Vanderbilt has the connotation of being Vanderbilt, but they are number 14 right now and might get into the college football playoff. They should have won that game. At the same time, you can make the case they could have lost to Kansas, South Carolina, and Auburn. And I thought there was going to be an improvement with Matt Zoller as a quarterback against Texas A&M, and I was dead wrong on that one. But that score, to me, would not have been what it would have been had Drinkwitz himself and Kirby Moore botched the play calling before the half. So with all that said, I don't want him to leave. There has been progress. That is a data point. That's not a subjective thing. He can get upset about it if he wants, but that's a real thing. But with regard to what he actually said, he's in a tough spot, and I get it. And also, I don't blame him. I don't know. I mean, who amongst us, if they're in a position to improve their financial situation, or if it's not about your financial situation, your resources, wouldn't look into that? I get it. Now, some people simply prioritize that they have happiness and stability, and therefore that's what they want. And I get that one too. I think that was more along the lines of where Gary Pinkel was. Kurt Cignetti is 20 years older than Eli Drinkwitz, so it's a different set of circumstances. But this is unfortunately the nature of college football. Also, the nature of college football is to continue to ask people for money in 2025. And that is, it's one thing to ask for money if you feel like you're getting return. But if you're not feeling like you get return and you're just going to keep getting hammered for money, then that's something that can drive people up the wall. And that became a focal point of the conversation when Gabe did ask about Tom Hart's comments about the Fortune 500 companies that he had with Eli Drinkwitz in the pre-production meeting before the Mississippi State game on Friday. Here is what Drinkwitz had to say about that.
So with that, I will now open it up for y'all's questions. Lay it on me, Gabe.
Eli, since you kind of brought it up,
since I kind of brought it up,
the comments on the broadcast in relation to the businesses and support.
Yeah.
Can you expand on that? And do you feel like that the appropriate financial support is here for you to go where you want this program to go?
Yeah, I'm honestly just loosely aware of what exactly was commented. I know in our pre-production meeting on Friday, they were asking about our NIL, and I said one area that I think we can improve is the utilization of our Fortune 500 companies in the state. We have 11 Fortune 500 companies in the state, which is fourth largest among the SEC footprint. And we've got to continue to develop the relationships with those companies and get those companies to invest in our athletes. This is all new. I'm not assigning blame to anybody or not pointing fingers at any Fortune 500 company. I'm just asking, if you're a Mizzou grad in that company and you're in charge of marketing, we would love to join in with some NIL opportunities for our student athletes, because that's the forefront. The number one way to get through the, it's not the CSC, it's what called NIL Go, is Fortune 500 company. If a Fortune 500 company does an NIL contract with a student athlete, it's automatically guaranteed to go through. It's approved because of the fiduciary responsibility that Fortune 500 company has to its shareholders. So, if we want to get more and more opportunities for our student athletes, then that's something that we need to lean into.
One thing I would say about Drinkwitz, he's smart. I mean, he always knows what he's saying. He'll do daggum and crud, but he knows exactly what he's saying. And even with Gabe, lay it on me, Gabe.
Yeah,
that to me is a further indication he had heard in some circles that Gabe wanted to bring up the job situation and the coaching carousel, so he was aware of that. Is there any chance he's playing all this leverage up that he has, whether real or imagined leverage, to enhance Mizzou's status with these companies?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. So instead of I'm playing this little game where I don't just commit 100% because I might go to Penn State or I might go to Florida, or my agent says don't say anything. But if his whole intention is to make Mizzou a bigger program, use the leverage now so when Laird Veach or Moon Choi calls these Fortune 500, hey, listen, we got a coach who's about to leave. We think he's going to Penn State. He really wants, if we commit, he won't leave. That could be the ultimate card game that he's playing right now to get the program to the next level. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
And I think that is what Missouri fans who are hopeful that he stays think is going on, or are telling themselves is going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think that's fascinating.
I agree. I think that's it. Because when Gabe reports on this, he continues to say the people that he talks to in Columbia think he is staying. And they believe that he is using this moment of leverage, perceived or real, as you said, Martin, to maximize not his pockets. He's already, again, you're making the 11th most of any college football coach. Even if he makes $2 million more, it's not going to materially change his life. It's about trying to maximize the NIL. That's what they believe is going on. But then everybody on the outside that Gabe speaks with think it's just a foregone conclusion that he's going. The key point of the conversation before you get to anything else is, does he have an offer? And in order for him to go, somebody needs to put that offer on the table, and he needs to accept it. And you might have a spot right now where he could wind up with an offer, but he doesn't have it because there is a domino effect of Lane Kiffin and who gets him, and then Drinkwitz could be the next guy up.
I'm kind of surprised that so many of these Fortune 500 companies are willing to give as much as they do. At a time when, the economy is rough on a lot of people, and I'm sure there are many employees would love to have a $5,000 raise, how they justify it by saying, no, we're going to give this money to a football coach or to a football team. I know they make it happen somehow. I'm just surprised they make it work that way.
Well, that's a great observation because that gets into return on investment. Just don't press push. Texted, Fortune 500 companies have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize their shareholder return. Paying NIL should only happen if it improves their bottom line. That is in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Yeah, I wouldn't think they'd have any responsibility at all to give their money to football teams. I'm glad that they do to the one that I root for. I'm just surprised that so many of them are as generous as they are. And it seems to me when you start asking individual donors and companies for money to help build a stadium or help build a new soccer or softball field, that's one thing. But you're going to have to go back every single year now for the next class of players and say, could you give us another $1 million?
That's the thing.
Could you give us $2 more million this year? It's never going to end. I just wonder if the well runs dry at some point. If some of these companies will say, that's enough. We've been doing it for 5 or 10 years. What do we get out of this exactly?
You can't believe a word that comes out of that guy's mouth. That's from Steven Time. Now, one of the things that Gabe DeArmond did last night on his podcast was present the audio from the day before he accepted the job at Missouri when he was doing a press conference for Appalachian State. And I gather their bowl game.
Or right after the Sun Belt Championship.
Okay. Here is Eli Drinkwitz. Doug, this is in 2019, and see if it sounds familiar in any capacity to you.
How do you go about navigating coaching rumors and looking at opportunities as they pop up?
Well, I hate to make this comparison, but, the President of the United States always says fake news, and you don't really believe about it until you start seeing it about yourself a lot. There's a lot of fake news and a lot of rumors and a lot of stuff going on out there. Our focus this week was trying to be 1-0, and my family and I love it here. We're very excited about what we're doing here at App State, but at the same time, every opportunity, I owe it to the family, my family, to see if that's something that we're interested in. But I'm not in any hurry to leave. I feel strongly that we're building something special here that can be sustained for a long periods of time. So when it refers to me, I would prefer for it to be about this players, this team, and what we've accomplished. And when all that stuff plays out, then we'll answer the questions as it plays out, and I'll be upfront with everybody. But right now, there's nothing to it.
And the next day, he accepted the Missouri job.
Okay.
Now, he did leave the opening there. Hey, what's best for my family? I have to explore those. But the rest of the messaging does sound similar. Hey, I love what we're doing here. We love living here, ... So in other words, what was said yesterday has the ability to ring very hollow, and it wasn't very specific, which, again, is fine. I would actually now like these Fortune 500 I would love to hear their response. In journalism, then you go to them for comment. And it would be fascinating, to your point, Doug, if a number of them said, hey, our number one responsibility is to our shareholders and to our employees. We love Mizzou football. We hope they have a great season, but we don't care. They could easily say that.
Yeah, wouldn't the CEO pretty much have to be a big Mizzou booster to care?
And I forget which company of the 11, and I think that could be accurate, of the Fortune 500 companies, one of the CEOs is an Illinois grad. I'm like, he may be less inclined to do it.
You would think. Yeah, I'm stunned that the corporations are as generous as they are. A tax break? Sure, there's other ways to get tax breaks, though. You could put a roof on every house that had the tornado blown off the roof in May here and probably get a tax break for that, too. Seems like that might be a better use of your millions. I'm as big a football fan as the next guy, but at some point it gets pretty greedy to say, we need more. You got to give us more millions.
So I was, I've been texting with a wide variety of people about all of this, and a major booster was texting with him, and he said, this situation is driven by boosters and donors who are willing to pay to win now. I don't like anything about the whole pay-to-play game. I can't support it. It's the worst financial investment in America. You get zero return. That's the cold, hard facts. Sad, but true. So gives you an idea of where people who have been happy to donate, they see exactly what you were just saying, Doug, which is, well, when does it end?
It won't.
Kenny Dillingham of Arizona State was making his pitch. I know you had that. Do you have that audio to boosters in Arizona and the Tempe area that restaurants need to get involved? Now, keep in mind, for those of you who've been to the Phoenix area, Tempe and Arizona State is right there. It's monstrous. I think it's the largest city in America with all of the, not population-wise, but the area. And you already have the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, the Suns. So it's not like they are lacking for sports in that area. Here's what he had to say.
There's opportunity for real NIL here where our players are being branded. Your company is seeing that. You see the support. The community wants to go support you because you're supporting the athlete. And we can do that at such a high scale. Every restaurant, if you don't have a food item named after an Arizona State Sun Devil, why? I don't get it. $500 a month, $1,000 a month, right? It's a business expense because it's a marketing expense, right? If you're a local company and you want to engage community, or if you're a new business and you want to get people involved, what better way to get your brand out there to, you know, the city than utilizing our players? So everybody thinks this is like a race to, you know, I can't give a $70,000, $700,000 deal. No, we have a city behind us. If every restaurant in our city gave a kid a $500 or $1,000 a month deal to advertise them for them, I don't know the math behind the amount of restaurants, but I feel like we'd be in a good spot.
All right, this is embarrassing.
Martin's had enough.
This has gotten embarrassing. Now, every coach, instead of saying how we're going to go out and win the game, everybody's saying, if we could just get a few bucks here, a few bucks there. All right, this sucks.
Well, that's the thing. That's exactly what my guy was texting. He's like, and I know, I mean, this guy absolutely has been a huge donor, and just getting to a point, just going, yeah, it doesn't end. So next year, I mean, yesterday he made reference to everybody's just kind of assuming Matt Zollers and Donovan Olubade will be back. We got to, whoever gives the most money. And by the way, good for the kids. Who wouldn't do that? I never chastise people for wanting to optimize their situation, especially in these guys' spot, because plenty of them won't get to the NFL, obviously. So this is their moment. They'll probably never make more than they're going to make when they're 19 or 20 years old in many of the cases. So optimize it. So then it just becomes, okay, well, then we got a next class. We got to go out and spend money on. Then there's a next class because there is no way to cap it. So this is what you've got. So every coach, as you just said, Martin.
It's embarrassing.
And there's about 100 plus.
Get a hot dog named after our backup center. Good God.
Restaurant is a tough way to make a living. I'm sure there's a lot of mom and pops just wondering if they're going to make the payroll. But hey, I should give $1,000 a month for a college football player.
Of all the industries to sort of attach to this, I could see being a donor where you say, I wouldn't mind giving to that south end zone. I want to look out and see it in 10, 20 years.
Maybe get your name on there forever.
Yes, but hey, what'd you spend your $1 million on? Remember that receiver that turned out to be nothing?
Got arrested. Yeah.
I gave him a bunch of money. Really?
I invested in Speedy Keese.
Yeah. What a mess. Just a big old mess. It sucks for the fans, too. I mean, your coach could leave, your players could leave. The NCAA is number one to blame. They were just jerks about everything, over the top. All the rules largely were stupid. I think Jay Billis for years was going after the NCAA. They were just this Gestapo. They lost all their juice, and now it's like, okay, do whatever you want. It's gone from just 0 to 60, and it really does suck. When a football coach is begging restaurants to name a sandwich after a player, that sucks.
You are welcome to give your thoughts by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Or you can talk it over with other TMA listeners. 240 are in there right now, including Ted Gann and the Devil's Crotch. They're in there talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. Open up the app, type in TMASTL, and you can watch the show and talk it over with other listeners. Is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 96 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. And it's wonderful to have one of the businesses synonymous with St. Louis on board with TMA, and that is Ted Drewes. Celebrates St. Louis tradition at its finest with Ted Drewes frozen custard, serving the community with unmatched quality service and hometown pride for generations. They have concretes, malts, shakes, sundaes, floats, and ice cream sodas, also sold by the quart. Ted's delicious custard pairs perfectly with your favorite holiday treats. Known for their rich, creamy frozen custard made fresh daily, Ted Drewes is the place where quality ingredients meets exceptional service. And starting the day after Thanksgiving, Ted Drewes becomes your one-stop holiday destination with a beautiful selection of premium Christmas trees. Choose from top quality pine and fir trees, including customer favorites like the Fraser fir and Scotch pine, all hand selected for freshness and fullness. The Ted Drewes Christmas tree lot has lush holiday greenery and decor too, including handmade wreaths, garlands, swags, mistletoe, and more. Christmas trees and greenery are available while supplies last, so do not wait. Stop by Ted Drewes early for the best selection. Open the day after Thanksgiving and make Ted Drewes part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree, enjoy a delicious treat, and soak in the spirit of the season. Ted Drewes, where tradition tastes great and the holidays feel right at home. Ted Drewes, 6726 Chippewa. Better point of reference, about a quarter mile from where I grew up, because I know that's now a...
Aren't there spotlights now from your old house?
Yeah.
Just shot up into the air so people know.
It's like
a manger. Is there a manger there?
Where I first put on my lifts. Then there's a spot where I was weeping after getting cut from the freshman football team.
Mm-hmm.
Then my bedroom where I found out I was cut from the freshman basketball team.
Where exactly were you laid in swaddling clothes?
That was over at the Lily Pond.
It was. Okay.
At Francis
Just
Park.
go over and order the Timmy. It's a great little sundae.
It's a tiny
Just
little
ask
sundae.
for a Timmy.
It's
It's
just
a
a
small
dollop.
little scoop.
Ted Drewes, great to have Ted Drewes on board TMA. Greg Warren is going to be to us coming up here in the Fisher Window
He
Indoor
should have
Store
a
8
sandwich
o'clock.
named after
That's a
him down
guy
in
who
the zoo.
deserves something. You're exactly right there, Martin. So looking forward to that. Jeremy Rutherford with us, we think from Toronto, taking your two-part questions as the Blues lose yet again. We're out of the picking up a point business on this program. So looking forward to talking it over with JR. That is coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, and then we're giving away Motley Crue tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase with financing can get a little complicated, especially if you've had a hiccup along the way with your financial situation. But Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track, get you into a vehicle with little to no money down. Going to work hard to get you the best rates possible because they work with over 50 different lenders. Those are not vendors. That means they're getting the best financing available. Doesn't matter what the circumstance, what the situation. Anyone could sell you a car, but the Auto Loan Pro is going to get your life and your credit back on track. Get online, autoloanpro.com. That's where you can pick out the vehicle. Check out the selection online. Also, download the free playbook. We've told you a lot about this. It's a good way to learn how the credit industry works, and they'll help you get the car of your choice in the future. They're part of the Lita family. So, in the market for a vehicle, not sure what you can get approved for, you can find out by going to autoloanpro.com. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro, Auto Loan Pro.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night in overtime to the Toronto Maple Leafs 3-2. Off today, back in action tomorrow to take on the Philadelphia Flyers. Pre-game right here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
And you put this on your Mount Rushmore of Motley Crue songs, Doug?
Oh, number one.
Really?
Yeah, number one.
I like this one, too. I agree with you. I don't know if I put it number one. No. Jackson, when you put it number one?
I didn't know what to put number two.
I actually like Tesla. I'm not saying I'm going to the show, but I see Tesla. You like that love song, Doug, by Tesla?
I like that love song by Tesla.
Thank you. Clip that off, Jackson. Texter earlier, Tim, said they were confused. They were tuning in and tuning out. And if they won email today, they thought Motley Crue would come out and change their HVAC unit. So they're a little confused.
No, that'd be the bold and daring Adam.
Okay.
Motley Crue performing at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater on August 19th. And we're giving away tickets for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day. So two separate things.
Oh.
Seth Goldcamp has not acquired Motley Crue. I'm not saying he's not looking to. I don't know. I can't speak to that. And I did sign an NDA on that. But Motley Crue is performing on August 19th. And if you win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day, you get tickets where you will see Doug Vaughn's George Washington of his Motley Crue Mount Rushmore.
That's how they're going to start the count.
Kickstart My Heart. I could see them starting with Kickstart My Heart. That would make sense. So that's the prize. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, as you know, Harrison's brother Master has announced that he is retired from texting in, but he texts in every day. And he's not going to text in until they trade Kyrou or Buchnevich, I believe. He said,
and he texted in to tell you that?
Yeah, well, yes, multiple times. Wait. I'm out of town. Pavel Buchnevich was -3 last night with 0 shots on goal. I smell the bench. I'm back on strike.
Oh.
He's back on strike, Doug.
Okay, so we're not going to hear from him for a while now because Buchnevich didn't score.
There is no way in the world he will not text in during Jeremy Rutherford's segment at 9 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford taking two-part questions, we think, from Toronto. Maybe he's in Philadelphia. Maybe he's got a layover in Cincinnati. I don't know. All I know is he's going to be with us, brought to you by Mark Hanna. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Greg Warren is going to be in studio with us here in a matter of moments. In the 7 o'clock hour, for those of you interested in podcasting like the Dickens, we talked about that Blues loss last night and Eli Drinkwitz's comments yesterday in meeting with the media regarding his job situation and the Fortune 500 comments, which he elaborated on. You can always podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door, a longtime TMA sponsor, and we are grateful for their support. They sponsor the podcast on 101 ESPN. Subscribe to the TMA podcast, and you can listen to this program anytime you want. In addition to my podcast, Jackson, and we did an episode yesterday, and what was the title of it?
Go Get Your Shine Box.
Go Get Your Shine Box. It was a tribute to the late, great Jay Randolph Jr., who passed away 3 years ago yesterday. Eric Sontag, who's becoming an MVP of QFTA, asked that question. So recommended listening there. Schaefer Door is SCHAEFER, door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs and have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. So if you're in a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's SchaeferDoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Greg Warren in studio. Next, Jeremy Rutherford on the Blues at 9 o'clock. And then giving away tickets to Motley Crue for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45 for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Missouri, the wait is over. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, is going live on December 1st. But you don't have to wait until then to sign up, because when you join today, you'll get an early sign-up bonus. That's right, join today, and you can get started with $400 in bonus bets. That's right, $400 in bonus bets when you make your first $5 bet. $400 bonus bets for a $5 first bet. From live betting to same-game parlays, FanDuel is the place to bet on all your favorite teams, sports, and players. And starting December 1st, you can get in on the action right here in Missouri. Just visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to learn more. Martin, we've got action tonight. ILL taking on Roll Tide. We got a 3.5-point spread. ILL laying 3.5. What are you going to go with?
ILL, United Center, good orange and blue crowd there. I'll take Illinois. Yeah.
Martin's going with IL.
God, I love their schedule. They're always playing a big game.
Yeah.
And if you're an Illinois fan in Chicago, they're always playing games in Chicago. I love that.
Yeah, both Illinois and Alabama have quite a non-conference
Alabama was
schedule.
Purdue. Was that last Wednesday?
They're non-conference schedule.
Did Alabama join the Big Ten secretly?
That can all be accomplished at FanDuel.com/Missouri to join today. Play your game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Early sign up, $100 offer. Bonus bets expire 30 days after FanDuel accepts its first real money wager in Missouri. Unique user identity verification required. Post-launch, $300 offer. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers loved that Rascal Puff is on the ones and twos. And Doug, if you're watching on YouTube, you just noticed that Greg Warren is in the studio.
I did.
Unbelievable. Welcome in.
Hello, Greg.
Hi, guys.
What's
Greg
happening?
Warren. I got to start with this. So I see you in the hallway, you're talking to Rafe. This is about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you tell me about the Tonight Show thing.
Yeah.
And I'm so effing excited.
Yeah.
And so this morning, knowing that you're coming in, I'm like, I didn't see it when you were on, so I'm looking on YouTube and I can't find it. And then I hear there was a situation.
You immediately thought I was lying, didn't you?
No,
yeah, you did. You thought
there's no way, because you were so damn happy.
How is this guy going to make this lie when obviously we can figure it out? We got it moved to December 15th.
Right. Nice.
Yeah. And I had another project. What I don't think I can talk about the other thing on air.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh, it's big.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Good for you.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
Yeah, I don't think I'm allowed to yet.
All right.
Yeah, but yeah.
Sign an NDA.
I didn't sign anything, but I'm shocked that they let me be a part of this. So I'm like, I'm not going to do anything to. Yeah.
Wow. Who relays the message to the Tonight Show that says? Something came up.
My manager.
Okay,
called
good.
Their booker. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about that day when that has to go down?
Like, let them know we really want to do the show.
Well, the thing that I had to move it for is pretty good. So
God bless.
And then I was assured that I wouldn't miss out on the Tonight Show.
Yeah, so you're winning.
Yeah, so far. Yeah. It's going way too good right now.
Now, and I believe you, but
so it's like talking about a no-hitter. You want to stop discussing this.
Remember when Bob Dylan won the Nobel Peace Prize and he said, I can't make it. And I'm like, what? It's the Nobel. Now this, I believe you. I didn't believe Bob Dylan that he had something bigger than the Nobel Peace Prize. Couldn't pick it up.
I don't think the Nobel Peace Prize is as big as the Tonight Show. I mean,
well, there you go. Thank you for saying
that.
There's the social media clip.
Was there a moment or a certain gig that you did that kind of propelled you into the next stratosphere here?
No, I mean, I don't know. Nate Bargatze has been real helpful. That's
the accelerator.
Yeah, that's been a good one. Yeah, I think that was a big part of it. He produced my last special. I started going on his podcast, and then I started doing some opening for him at some big arenas and stuff.
So how'd that relationship start? Because I would agree on the outside looking in that it seems like you were trending and then it shot up. So how did that relationship start?
Well, I met him. We both did a TV taping for country music television in 2005 or something like that, and he was just like early 20s back then, and even then you're like, oh, this guy, you
could tell.
Yeah, he's a freak. He's really talented. And I met his dad a while ago. His dad's like a world-class magician and wicked funny, like really, really funny. Yeah. So you're like, oh, okay, maybe this is part of how it's that thing where it's just natural talent, but I think that might be part of it. Yeah. So anyways, he's helped out a lot. Yeah. You go in front of I did a couple shows in Kansas City with him at T-Mobile, and then it's pretty easy to do well in front of 20,000 people.
The bigger the crowd, the more they laugh. Have you found? Because to tell a joke one-on-one to somebody, sometimes the other person doesn't laugh at all.
There's several girls in bars all over Columbia, Missouri that can attest that they don't land very well. Yeah.
If half the crowd laughs, that's 10,000 people. You like that?
You want to check the math on that, Jackson?
20. You guys all went to Mizzou. 20,000 divided by 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah,
confirmed.
Yeah.
That's great math. And then I told Tim you were at the game day, the whole Mizzou Vandy thing. You were there that day.
Yeah, what Nate was, I was. That was the crazy weekend because we did 2 shows at the United Center.
Was that on Friday night?
Thursday and Friday night.
All right.
Then we fly back to Nashville after the show on Friday night, get up in Nashville, and Nate was doing game day. It was Mizzou versus Vandy, and he only brought me and a couple other people because he knows I went to Mizzou. So I flew back with him. We get up early in Nashville, go down to Vandy, and he's kind of pitching us jokes on the plane, like running jokes and stuff. And then he annihilated on that. I thought he did great. So I'm like standing on the stage next to Miss Terry, talking to Miss Terry as Nate's on game day, just killing it. And then we get off the plane, go back to Cincinnati, do like 2 nights there, these big shows. And then that night was when they kind of called me in, and that's when the Tonight Show got canceled and all this other stuff came up. But yeah.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Yeah, it's been good, man.
Oh, I would say so.
Yeah. Not as big as we had Tim on our podcast.
Thank you. I was kind of thinking. Thank you.
Yeah,
I was kind of thinking. I'm a little surprised it wasn't the lead here, Greg.
I couldn't get a word in.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, Jackson wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, stop it, Jackson.
Yeah.
Grow up.
Yeah.
Ledoux.
Yeah, we had Tim on the podcast and did some important work, I thought, on snack cakes.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
So the podcast is The Consumers, and I knew I was coming on, and I was thinking to myself, like 30 people must have canceled for it to get to me. That's what I was really thinking. And I get there. I love the set, but I did not realize that I would be taking in, I would think about 5,000 calories in 15 minutes with Greg and Tim Convey in the studio, because we did Hostess and what was the other?
I think it was Hostess, but then that was the third round of snack cakes. So we picked the winner from Tasty Cakes and then the winner from Little Debbie's and went up against the winner from Hostess. And we made some important discoveries.
We did.
Tasty Cakes and Little Debbie are much better than Hostess.
Are they really?
Much better.
What about that Swiss roll? Did that make a run in your little tournament there?
Martin, I feel like
cakes are right up there.
Zebra cakes
always does well.
Were they were an outlier. I think the Tasty Cakes though won the whole tournament.
They won the tournament.
Yeah.
Ever have a Hostess cherry pie?
We did.
Sure,
we did together. We probably cheersed.
Oh God, those are good.
We discovered the snowball was the most appalling. However, if my memory serves.
Terrible.
Well, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Also learned the snow is basically a Hostess cupcake turned upside down. And with that pink stuff on the top.
How about that? It was quite a little discovery. But I think we discovered that we really enjoyed, of all the treats, Doug, the ding dong.
Ding dong.
Oh, really?
Ding dong.
Sneaker play.
Yeah.
I went into it thinking cupcake. Ding dong.
No, and I got to be honest, the cherry pie did not hold up.
I love the
Jackson, he keeps hogging the conversation.
Oh, no.
You didn't see this? He's Nell over there, and he's holding up a board.
Contrarian.
I like
snowballs. Is what he just held up there.
Well, you could have them, pal.
He did spell them right too. So
it's Horton Watkins.
Yeah.
He's very proud of himself.
He is.
SNO. So there's no W. I actually was going to correct him, but you're right. SNO.
No, it's SNO.
Snowballs.
The branding. Yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes they misspell stuff just to sort of get your attention.
So Tim is not a heavy-set fella. Did he ever keel over from consumption of too many ding-dongs and Star Crunches?
I think we threw him for a little bit of a loop, yeah.
I did not. When I saw them sitting in front of me, I thought to myself, holy crap, I haven't eaten one of these things in the last 25 years, and now I gather I'm going to be eating them all in the next 15 minutes. But hey, you invite me on the podcast, I'm going to play ball.
Yeah, guy was a true pro, man. Yeah.
If you had eaten like that as a high school freshman, you might have gained enough weight to stay on that freshman football team.
Doug, that's correct. Yeah, 5'2", 100 pounds on the depth chart.
No cut sport.
Yep.
Out of an abundance of safety.
Doug turns into the front row of Def Comedy Jam when we bring up my size on the depth chart, Greg.
Doug is appalled.
He weighed 105 pounds.
Just so much so that Jackson's now capturing the magic on his phone.
It's a no-cut sport. They cut his ass.
He's thrilled by this, man.
It's one of those guys.
The right thing. I gotta be honest.
It was a safety measure.
I think it was a liability thing for the St. Louis UI Insurance, the Backer Memorial Fund.
When is the growth spurt, though? Still coming.
Growth spurt's coming now that I've eaten cupcakes and ding-dongs with Greg. Absolutely. Doug is going to pass out from laughter. Greg Warren is in studio with us. Big things going on we want to talk about with him. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and we have Greg Warren in studio with us here on the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Watch Greg and TMA on the YouTube app, TMA STL channel. It's always good to talk it over with you, Greg. Fresh off of your trip to game day in Nashville, you guys probably didn't get to stick around for the game because you had to get to Cincinnati, right? So you couldn't.
But I had to watch it with
Nate, who's a Vanderbilt guy. Yeah. And it had to be brutal.
And a lot of his team are Nashville people, so it's like we're in the green room. There's like 13 true Vandy fans, and then like 5 people that are just completely sucking up to Nate. They could care less who wins, and then me, and the way that game went down, the last play, and when the guy got stripped the ball, that was just
the worst. The worst. Yes.
Yeah, that was Tyus Edney bad.
That was Tyus Edney kick to the gut.
Yeah,
couldn't believe it. And then, but on top of it, you're sitting there with a bunch of Vanderbilt people.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy who just had been on game day 7 hours earlier.
Yeah. It was rough, man.
Brutal.
Yeah.
What was the game day crowd like down there?
Oh, like rabid.
Yeah.
And Pat, I kind of know. I wasn't sure.
You know McAfee?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you remember me. Like we did we were on the Bob and Tom show together. I don't know, 10 years ago or something. And we shot a little sketch, and it's crazy there. And he's just kind of walking by. I'm like, hey Pat, what's up, man? And he's like, oh, hey, dude. And I was like, there's no way he's going to remember. So that was cool, man.
He gives out about $300,000-$400,000 every time he goes to one of those things of his own money.
Made a kick that day, I think, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes. And Missouri fans are like, we need that guy on the team as opposed to Robbie Meyer.
Put him in uniform that day.
Oh, you're right, man. We missed one, didn't we?
Oh, yeah. Well,
boy.
Missouri's playing. They're missing a field goal.
Yeah.
Loyal listener, Mr. Siders, who hates everything, texted in and said he was at your show recently where you were making fun of high school fishing, and he said a fishing coach was in the audience and you ripped him to shreds, and he said it was hilarious.
I did not rip anybody to shreds.
I was surprised by that assessment.
It's not my...
I was about to say, that's not really your brand.
Not really, no. If I rip myself, but...
You were making fun of what? The fact that we had fishing as a team sport.
You know it is, right?
In Missouri, I believe, yes. I shouldn't laugh, of course.
No, my point was...
They're athletes, too.
Well, I was making the same point. Like, if that means there's probably a fishing coach, you boys embarrassed yourselves out there on that lake today. Hey, he's got his hook caught in a tree. Jansen pulled a shoe out of the lake, and Martin, you couldn't catch a fish in the seafood department at Dearburg's.
Oh.
And then the assistant, guys, we're going to have a tackle box inspection at 9 a.m. Better have all your hooks. You better have all your lures. You're not getting on that school bus. That's all I got, Coach. And the parents, Coach, my boy deserves to be starting on this fishing team. You got him sitting there on the shore. Put him in the boat, Coach. Put him in the boat. Put my boy in that boat.
Fishing parent.
Yeah.
Do you remember a coach being in the audience?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there was
That's
a guy,
little awkward.
Yeah, there was a guy that coached in Illinois, and I do remember because I asked him, like, well, I assume it's this. I assume it's a spring sport, and he goes, well, we practice all year round. I go, you don't. And he goes, yeah, we do. I go, how? Like, he goes, and he said something like they practice in the gym, like,
fly casting,
like casting techniques and fish patterns. They study fish patterns, in the winter. And then somebody was like, I hope it's not in the pool, The swim coach is going to have a problem with that.
Wasn't your dad your coach in high school?
Yeah.
How was that to play under your dad?
It was good. There was some difficulties, especially during with the weight cutting and stuff like that around the dinner table. And he was, but now it's outstanding because, like, we're both giant wrestling fan, so like we'll drive. Mizzou's wrestling Illinois on Monday, and we'll drive down there for that.
Oh, nice.
And, yeah.
I see they have some network show coming on about amateur wrestling now.
Oh, really?
I keep seeing that being promoted. Yeah.
I can't believe I wasn't contacted for that.
That's another opportunity. Last year they wrestled at the Stiefel up on the main stage the night before bragging rights. That was a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Greg, I don't know if you're taking questions in this text inbox.
Sure.
But they're coming in here. You can text 314-399-9646 here, Comfort Service text inbox. Hey, Greg, who is the hottest famous person to come out of Kirkwood High School? You, Doug, or Nikki Glazer?
Yeah, man, Nikki's got a slight edge there, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit.
She's, it's all completely age-based. In their prime,
That's right.
In their prime, Doug gives her...
I was just I was
prime Nikki Glazer, prime Doug Vaughn. I don't want to have to call that. Yeah.
Do you see her very much? Your paths cross with her?
Yeah, I mean, every now and then. I text her pretty often, but she's out and about, and I'm out.
It's pretty amazing that Kirkwood has produced two just
Three, Doug. Don't be humble.
Yeah, I mean, she's having a pretty good run of it.
Yeah,
right now.
and you
I
are
texted her, and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna do Fallon," and she's in New York a lot, so I was like, maybe I'll be able to come or whatever. And she was so
that would have
cool.
been the week of her doing Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, it would have been. And so she was so cool about it. Like, she gave me 24 hours. She was like, "That's awesome. I'm so proud of you. That's great." And then she waited 24 hours. She goes, "I'm hosting SNL that week." But she let me celebrate. Yeah. Like, she didn't immediately come back with SNL, but yeah.
Then you came over the top and said, "I'm doing TMA on November 19th."
I did. Yeah,
that's what you got
and it honestly, I think it strained our friendship.
But she did that already. She kind of beat you to the punch there too.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
Iggy was so nervous.
When was she on TMA?
Iggy contacts me regularly to see if I can get him in touch with Nikki for something.
Oh, that's got to be nice to be her booking agent for you.
Yeah, Iggy's, yeah. Just have her meet up with me, or Iggy, she travels a lot. I just need to get her to sign something for me. Right?
Hey, buddy. Hey, Jesus, you think I was asking for the world? I mean, I'm just trying to help on a charity here. Too busy for charity. What kind of world are we living in?
What do you have coming up here for the St. Louis audience?
We got something big. As I mentioned, we do this podcast every week called The Consumers. We feature one national brand. Tim was a guest at some point. Would love to have you guys on. But
Doug, they're going to fatten you up in there. Doug is very careful with his nutrition.
He's a chicken broccoli guy.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll do it. It's not all food brands. We'll do like a, I don't know, Aqua Velva or something.
Aftershave.
Yeah, it seems like a Vaughn brand, or
This is a callback to your days at Procter & Gamble, right?
Yeah.
Hawking product.
Yeah, man.
That's right. You were a potato chip vendor supplier or something.
I was a account
sales
executive,
rep,
Doug.
that's right.
Yeah,
Made it sound so lowly.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like about delivering,
knocking on doors,
like Girl Scouts or
chips.
something. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal. But we're doing our first live podcast with a studio audience, or not a studio audience, a live audience, I should say, at the Funny Bone the Sunday after Thanksgiving.
Oh, nice!
Yeah, at Westport Plaza. We're gonna do it up. We got all kinds of
idea.
And
Good
we got
call.
some pretty cool prizes. Cheesecake Factory has given us a lot of stuff to give away.
Nice.
Jif, of course, that was my product. I got some stuff. My buddy Brazzi runs. He's the chief operating officer over there at Smucker's. He sent a lot of stuff. Gillette's come in with some things. Tabasco. We're giving away all kinds of stuff.
Nice.
And it's going to be fun.
So this is Sunday, the date? The
30th?
Sunday the 30th.
30th?
Yeah.
Funny Bone?
At the Funny Bone, 7 p.m. Sean O'Brien and Tim Convey are my partners on the podcast. And then Randy Cash, our producer, will be there, who's become a fan favorite.
Cash, by the way, long time. I don't know if he wants to be, I doubt he cares, but he is a long time, back in the day, caller into this program.
Was he really?
He was. He had a name that he used.
Really?
Yes, but he is so when I saw him, when I came to your studio to do the show, I'm like, and I think he would email in too. Yeah.
Well, if it's a long-time caller in this program, and he had a name, I'm guessing it's some sort of double entendre involving,
of course it was.
some body part or.
Could have been
You have to, the names all. Because I'm still new here, Greg.
Right. Yeah.
I'm the new guy.
Yeah.
You have to kind of dissect them. It's like, why is it Aunt Millie's toaster mitt? And like, do you need a mitt for a toaster? Like, you have to really workshop it.
Yeah.
And then it's still in the end, it's some sexual innuendo.
Yeah, it is actually.
Right.
I'll give you a hint. It's
when in doubt, it's innuendo.
Is this a family thing? Because you do those Sunday matinee family things.
No, I mean the show itself is
it's
family
clean.
friendly.
Right.
It's part of the Nate Land Network. It's part of Nate's podcast network, so it is family friendly. So yeah, I think if you want to bring a kid, you can probably bring a kid.
I've known that my older son now is obsessed with old Saturday Night Live show, and that's what we watch on YouTube together. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm like, this might be a good chance to come out and see it. But so that's Sunday afternoon. I know you always try to make a family friendly show.
We do, so we do the.
The kids.
Yeah, we did a show a couple weeks ago. I did a run at the Funny Bone, and we have every year I do like a Sunday matinee show with you can bring your kids, and the kids we bring them on stage, and they're really funny. And there's always one, whose father is probably a listener on this program, who they get on stage, and you're like, well, no. My favorite was this was like 2 years ago. Tim Convery and I were on stage. And this kid comes up, and he's got to be like 8. And he's just got kind of a little bit of a swagger. And we give him the mic. What's your name? How you doing? Who you here with? And then you want to tell a joke? Yeah. Let me tell you guys about the Chinese. I'm like, all right.
So the show is clean. The audience is dirty, filthy.
Sometimes these kids, most of the time,
And then when it's a terrible joke, they go, well, my dad told me that. Like, the dad's like, no, I would never say that.
It's so easy to see that your father. You don't even know what you're saying. Yeah.
Greg Warren, this is coming up on Sunday, November 30th. That's at the Funny Bone. That sounds like a great opportunity. I might really. What time is it going to be?
Well, be careful. If you show up, you're probably going to wind up on stage, buddy. And you're probably going to have to consume.
Eat some Hostess?
Yeah, we're not going to do Hostess again. But I don't know. There are some outstanding snack cake brands that we haven't covered.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
You've done Little Debbie Tasty Cake, right?
Yeah,
and then
I feel like Entenmann's deserves
Entenmann's needs some attention.
Oh. Yeah.
Do you like a good strudel coffee cake?
I don't mind a strudel. I don't like to say the word strudel or scone. I don't like a scone.
You don't care for a scone?
Too dry.
They're a little dry.
Little Deb or Entenmann's is kind of a blue blood. That's kind of like Duke basketball. Entenmann's.
Is that right? I didn't know. That's an old money dish, Greg.
It's very northeastern.
Yeah, blue blood.
And I think there's another one. Drake's is it? I think Drake's is very.
Wow, I've never even heard of this.
It's very East Coast, isn't it?
Jackson, of course, knows about this.
Well, yeah, he's
log cabin guy.
Is he at the log cabin now?
He's at log cabin now. Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Isn't there like 7 members there or something?
What about, is it Bill Knapp's, the Ohio? It's starting to pop up around. There's a lot of, I'm going too far with my pastry knowledge here.
No, this is good. This is the kind of stuff we get into.
Look into Bill.
This is exactly what we want.
Bill Knapp's.
Bill Knapp's?
Yeah, it's a chain in Ohio. Where's Chuck Marlowe? But now that's popping up in stores as well.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Look it up here.
Yeah. I want to complete the whole. Maybe that's what we do. We haven't picked a brand yet. We were thinking. It's a national podcast, so we were thinking like emos, but I don't know if everybody else is going to appreciate that. Maybe Purina. I don't know.
Doug, do you want to eat some dog food?
No.
Bill Nutty Dunkers. There you go. There's Bill Knapp's.
Yeah,
got you some Nutty. Tim, is Nutty Dunkers taken as a name yet?
I think somebody's going to now.
Nutty Dunkers is calling right now.
Yes. A bunch of people are texting in Drake's coffee cake is a Seinfeld episode.
Yeah, but they also, I think Drake's is Devil Dogs, and there's a few other cakes that they have in a lot of the like Billy Crystal movies they talk about.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna do some Entenmann's on the 30th.
I think Entenmann's is the lead brand now that I haven't decided, but yeah.
I like it, Entenmann's. I was surprised by enjoying the Hostess products, minus the Snowball. But
Snowball wasn't good.
Yeah,
the Ding Dong was,
And people are texting in that you freeze it, and it's even better. I don't know.
The ding dong?
Yeah. How about
I like that. Yeah.
So bring it
again, though. Go try Tasty Cakes. It's sort of new in St. Louis. I mean, and I don't know if you guys had heard about this. It was hard to get a certain Tasty Cake item. They didn't have it. It's called a crimpet. That's their
crimpet. It's a signature.
It's their signature item, and they didn't have them in the stores that I went to. And I found myself behind a Tasty Cake delivery truck. Chased him down.
Really?
Yeah. So he stopped up at one of those old folks' homes in Kirkwood, and I go, "Hey, man, what you know,
what's it gonna take?
What's it gonna take?" He goes, "Well, I got a delivery, out in O'Fallon. They'll probably be in stock by noon." I'm like, I gotta go record. I go, and I gave him a 20. I got a box of crimpets off the truck.
Nice, a whole box.
Yeah.
Now, what is
that? Did you say I used to be in the industry?
I did too.
It's fine.
I was like, hey, man, I know it's. I mean, we weren't DSD like you guys, but I know a little bit about what's going on. Yeah.
And the crimpet was choice?
Crimpet was Sean's favorite item, I think.
What is it exactly?
Man, like a sponge cake, kind of. It's
really?
good. It's like a better tasting Twinkie.
Oh, is that right?
In a different. Maybe here's what I would say. It's Zinger in appearance, but much, much, much better.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got a little bit milder taste.
Okay.
Yeah. Zinger does not hold up.
Yeah, I get that one. Now that I've been on the consumers and I see Tasty Cake when I'm grocery shopping, I'm kind of now tempted.
Yeah.
It's like you were the gateway drug for me to start eating.
Yeah, it's real good.
Yeah.
And also don't sleep on Little Debbie. Little Debbie has got a lot going on.
I find once you find your favorite little snack treat, it's hard to even try other things.
Well,
like for me, the Hostess cherry pie, that is just, I don't need anything in the world other
You're
than
so
that.
wholesome, Doug.
But you're all wrong on that. There's a lot out there.
A lot of sugar.
I would start with
a lot of sugar.
Yeah, what would you like to introduce?
Well, it's the holidays are coming up, and I think Little Debbie puts out. You were talking about the zebra cakes. I think there's a holiday version of those that are green and red icing.
For the kids.
I think I'd start there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tim, this is really a sad commentary. I mean, I could name 8 NBA coaches, but I was Zebra Cake, Star Crunch. I'm just rattling off Little Debbie brands.
Snack cakes.
Bill Naps.
The Dunkin' Sticks from Little Debbie, awful good. Yeah.
Because you could do it in the afternoon. You can do it for breakfast with coffee.
Yeah.
It's not a bad play. Well, you're going to be able to see Greg doing it with Tim Convey, Sean O'Brien, and Randy Cash. November 30th, Westport, Funny Bone, a live edition of the Consumers Podcast. I might have to go.
A lot of prizes.
Yeah,
dude, we would love to have you.
I would love to go out there with
You'll
my
be an
son.
honored guest.
Oh, God bless America.
Yeah,
take my older son. I think he'd love it.
Yeah. Well, man, Entenmann seems like the play there. And I think if we do it, we got to get everybody in the audience to try one, right?
Oh, it's going to be a feast.
Yeah, I mean, if we do that.
Yeah, I like that idea. So now that's a large sample size now. Doug, that's like a Gallup poll.
Signature dish, I would say, for Entenmann's is probably that chocolate frosted donut, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
It looks like an old tire, but it actually tastes pretty good.
But it's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Doug, your favorite strudel?
I don't have a favorite strudel or stolen. What the hell is a stolen?
You're the one who said it.
But that's what they call some of the. They have
my dad.
to call a stolen.
A stolen.
What is that?
Yeah, my dad served in Germany, so he would know. He knows a little bit about that.
Okay.
Now, what is the difference in strudel and streusel?
Oh gosh!
Wow. Go to the Google machine.
Yeah,
I don't know.
These might be some of the things we tackle.
It's a higher level conversation.
Yeah.
And then what was that Tonight Show? December 15th.
December 15th.
I wrote it down.
Doing a little producing in advance of the show on November 30th. Here you go, Greg. Strudel is a layered pastry with a filling, while streusel is a crumbly topping made of butter, sugar, and flour.
Okay. I got it. So streusel is what you're finding on top of a coffee cake, probably.
Sounds like it.
And what is a stolen?
Stolen looks like it's like an oblong pastry.
It has to be oblong.
It's oblong, oval shaped, I think.
Okay.
A traditional German Christmas bread made with sweet, fruit-filled dough, nuts, and spices, typically covered in powdered sugar after baking.
Yeah. Nothing about oblong there. Somebody's trying to show me up on his big radio show.
That's right. This was my moment. You let me eat 3,000 calories. I'm coming back at you. Yep, it's passive aggressive.
Yeah, man.
Great to see you.
Good to
and
see you guys.
congratulations on all of the success. November 30th at Westport, the Funny Bone, live taping of the Consumers Podcast. Great to see you, brother.
Great
Thanks
to
for
see
coming
you
in.
guys, man. Yeah.
The great Greg Warren in studio with us here on TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more nonsense here on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Illinois Fighting Illini try to make it 5-0 on the season and pick up yet another Q1 win tonight as they take on number 11 Alabama Crimson Tide. It's going to be an 8 p.m. tip-off on FS1 at the United Center in Chicago. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Was this on your Motley Crue, Mount Rushmore? Can't remember.
I guess I'd have to put it number 3. I don't know what I'm saying.
Listen to this, though.
Is that a harmonica?
Doug's it a yakety sax? Is it the licorice stick?
It could be a little of
There's
both.
the yakety sax.
Both in there.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. You are welcome to get involved in a wide variety of ways, especially with Jeremy Rutherford coming up here at 9 o'clock, sending in your two-part questions on the St. Louis Blues, 314-399-9646. That's how you can do that. You're always welcome to call in at 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson. Phone lines, and the reason Jackson is playing Motley Crue is because we are giving away Motley Crue tickets for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day prize today, 101 ESPN, with your shot to score a pair of tickets to Motley Crue with special guests Tesla and Extreme on August 19th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Tickets for Motley Crue go on sale this Friday at 9 a.m., but by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day today, you will win a pair of tickets to the show today. Find all the ticket details and a bonus chance to register to win tickets to Motley Crue at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The Blues losing last night. People are certainly, I don't even know. I think they're still fired up about it. I also think, though, we're starting to get into the danger zone that the Cardinals were in this year, which is, they suck. I'm not even watching anymore. Mm-hmm. That's what, and man, if that's going on a game on November 18th, that's a problem.
They're still packing the building most nights. The last time I went, a week or so ago, there was a sprinkling of empty seats. So I don't think we've reached that point yet, at least for home games.
And those tickets are too expensive that you just kind of disregard them. You'll find somebody would take them, somebody would go. Even at the end of 2023, after they traded off all those pieces, people were still going to the games. Mm-hmm. People are still showing up. That would be true apathy. Blues have been sort of adverse to that. I mean, they've been lucky over the years that their fan base just keeps showing up. Now, tuning in, Tim, that may be different, where you become ambivalent to the result. Yeah. Like, they win, they lose, still struggling, where you lose some of that passion. It's probably a little early for that, but it's hard to keep investing your time and your emotions when you sort of know what's coming.
Martin, people are speaking to that right now in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Bob Wagon says, I am at that point, Tim. Sheepy Reporter says, I am checked out. Now, Magic Beans says, I completely disagree. We're all tuning in to see the newest way they can figure out how to lose a game. So there's that entertainment.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Well, they're not great right now. The sports are not great right now.
I was hanging out with Lauren yesterday in the Riz Show office, and she goes, how are the sports? Are they great? And I go, there it is. One of the best drops on the program. I said, no, they're awful. I mean, they are awful. This question was posed on the podcast yesterday, Papers. Do you recall the question that got us staring into the abyss?
Yeah, what's the best sports moment of 2025 in St. Louis?
Because we did this on InsideSTL.com for a number of years. At the end of the year, we would look back and get a vote from the people. I guess, Doug, you called it a Gallup poll.
I didn't.
When we'd say, what is the best sports moment, the worst sports moment, and who would be your St. Louis sports person of the year? And usually it was a competition, so much so that we would have a top 5 in each category. Worst sports moment is pretty easy, I would think, 1.6 seconds. That's an all-timer. But as far as best and as far as sports person of the year, I got nothing for you. I mean, this is truly a low point.
Yeah.
Is the best sports moment winning Game 6 for the Blues just to get to Winnipeg?
Was it a Bobby Boots field goal to seal
Mark Speedy Keys jumping up and down, or was that the defining moment of 2025?
Frustration. Yeah.
Braden Sheen.
Bobby Boots talking crap to Vanderbilt after kicking a 33-yarder in a game that they would eventually lose because he couldn't make a 37-yarder.
Mm-hmm. That might be it.
Mizzou really had Drake in the tournament.
Salty Ball Dad from Caseyville says it's the worst sports year ever.
Tough to argue.
Because 2023 had the Mizzou run football.
At least in recent years. To say ever covers a lot of time. But in recent years, yeah, as far as not really having a team, even with a whiff of a chance to win anything, yeah, this is right up there.
And even at the MAC, they have the Jack Buck Sports Awards when they salute somebody. And it's from the previous year. It's not a hard calendar as to where it falls into. And I think that's a tough one, too. Who's the sports personality of the year for the past? Yeah, I think a year ago it was Brady Cook, who had been on a good run from Mizzou, local kid. Drinkwitz came and introduced him, so it had some juice there. This year's winner announced probably about a month ago, Jordan Bennington. So it's I think they'd like to see him rebound a little bit between now and award night in December. But it's, I mean, you've even got a football coach who has struggled to win the big game, who's built up a lot of goodwill and momentum. You're frustrated that they don't win those big games as much as you invest emotionally, and yet now you're worried that he might be leaving. That's kind of where you are.
Yeah. I suppose that would be the topper for the worst sports years if the one coach who's winning a little bit were to leave.
Lay it on me, Gabe.
Lay it on me, Gabe, which to me is an indication he knew Gabe wanted to talk about the coaching carousel. And before Gabe could, Drinkwitz addressed that on Tuesday in his opening comments. What I thought was he had his notes in front of him that he was sort of reading off of, which to me indicates he had some specific things he wanted to make sure got mentioned there. And in the end, he said he loves it here and he appreciates all the support. We'll get it. And then the NIL stuff was a follow-up from Gabe when he laid it on him. But in the end, Mizzou fans, was there anybody who watched that or heard that and said, oh, good, Coach loves us? I think in the world we live in, everybody's skepticism is built in. Nobody walks away from that and says, oh, he's not going anywhere.
So I think if you went into it thinking he was staying, you could extrapolate from it that he's staying and he's trying to leverage the situation to get NIL money. And if you went into it thinking he was going, you could extrapolate from it that he's going and compare the Appalachian State the day before he took the Missouri job audio and say, see, he's going. So I think it just depends on what your mindset was. I guess I would say this. I don't think it changed anybody's mind. That would be what I would come away with.
Confirmation bias season.
Confirmation bias season, Doug.
He loves us. He really loves us, Doug. He loves living there. He is a Como man through and through. Did you hear what the coach said?
I heard what he said. Yeah.
The disrespect for SLU basketball on this program is appalling.
Oh.
So I guess SLU basketball.
We have no disrespect for them.
Beating Grand Canyon is the best moment of the sports year.
Was that in
Well, it'd probably be up there based on the year we're having. It'd be right
we
up
were
there.
scolded yesterday for not talking about St. Louis University soccer, and it was serious. So I don't think it was in jest. I'm going to fold. I think he's got pocket kings. That's what I think.
How about SLU playing on Thanksgiving, playing Santa Clara?
I'll say this with regard to it, not because of that text, but I really do think that St. Louis University basketball is going to become a story this year. I think that they got something. And I might be off on that. A lot of it is based on just Josh Schertz, and I can tell the difference in how he's talking with us about the team. But so far, what they've done, and I realize Grand Canyon might not be the Grand Canyon that's going to NCAA tournaments. I think they lost to Youngstown State, if I'm not mistaken. But the way in which they're playing, I think that could become a story. And you know what? While it sucks that it looks like we are in a true low point of St. Louis sports, that is an opportunity for St. Louis U to corner the market if they do have something going on. So with regard to that, I'm not saying it because this guy texted in. I'm just calling it how I see it, and that's what I think could be an opportunity for St. Louis University. The reality is, though, the vast majority of sports fans aren't really paying attention to college basketball in November. but I think it's something that could build up if they continue to win and do so in the fashion that they are. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us here in a matter of moments from, we think, Toronto. Could be in Philadelphia, could be on a layover. Hell, I don't know. Either way, send in your two-part questions for JR. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in your two-part questions. And, of course, you're always welcome to email in to compete for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Martin, tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Sponsor of the Motley Crue tickets we're giving away today, the Design Air Heating and Cooling of the Day.
Well, I love talking about Design Air Heating and Cooling, and that's why we had them come out, gave us a bid, and said, hey, that's a great price, very reasonable, and it's a great trained unit. And then when they install it, they spend all this time doing the work, and after, I really enjoyed just sitting there talking to Joe about how this works, and you truly understand how your air quality is going to improve. So it can be an educational experience in addition to getting that brand new heating and cooling unit installed. If you're going to get that done, go with Design Air. If it's just service you need, you heard us talking about the great repair team, just awesome employees. That's part of the secret sauce over at Design Air, is they have great employees who will come out into your home, and you trust those folks to get the job done right. That's what they do at Design Air. So set up your appointment, designairservice.com. Winter arriving a little bit late this year. We had a lot of great weather. I was at Kirkwood High School yesterday, Doug, just looking for your statue and walking around, talking to Jeremy Macklin wearing shorts and a golf shirt in November.
God bless him.
It's been unbelievable. And here now, soon, winter will arrive. So if you need any work done on your furnace, get online. It's designairservice.com. We talk about Seth and his team all the time. I can tell you, just great employees that do an awesome job. For all your heating and cooling needs, designairservice.com.
You are welcome to email in. We're giving away Motley Crue tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and text in for your two-part questions with Jeremy Rutherford. People are fired up about the Blues, or they're getting apathetic, as we're starting to learn. Text those in. JR's next, 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Has your car's warranty expired, or is it about to expire? Well, we've got a new sponsor here on TMA that can help you out. And on top of it, when you let them know you're a Morning After listener, you get $400 off your quote. It's Atlas Vehicle Pro, online at atlasvehiclepro.com. When cars break, it's always a surprise, and fixing cars is not something that most people can do in their backyard anymore. Dealership labor rates average nearly $200 an hour. The average repair costs over $1,500, while major repairs can run $3,000 to $5,000. With Atlas coverage, you simply hand over your ID card, not a blank check. Atlas is your roadmap to vehicle protection. Learn more at atlasvehiclepro.com. Or you can call 314-720-5990. That's 314-720-5990. Let them know you're a TMA listener, and you get $400 off your quote. It's Atlas Vehicle Pro. $400 off their quote. If you're a TMA listener, 314-720-5990, or go online at atlasvehiclepro.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You are welcome to send in questions for Jeremy Rutherford, who will be joining us momentarily. Two-part questions are welcome. He will be fielding them from the Toronto airport. Is that the Al Oliver Airport? Is that what it is? The
Al Oliver.
Is it
good outfielder for
Pearson?
the Pirates. Led the league in hitting 1 year. I think. Maybe more than 1 year.
Pearson.
Airport.
Toronto, Pearson. Toronto.
So JR will be taking your two-parters, 314-399-9646, and he doesn't have it hard out because he's on the road. So we might see if he'll do two segments. I don't know, because the people are talking and they are not happy, and that's where JR comes into play. He is equated with unhappiness. Good morning, JR.
Good morning. Hey, is there more anticipation for this segment, or when you had to wait a whole weekend to find out if Iggy was going to go to the wedding or on vacation with Lisa Ann?
Boy, that's a good question.
Gosh,
Doug.
but it's a good one.
Well, we're going to have to tweet that out as a Gallup poll. JR, the people are not happy. And the thing that I'm noticing, we brought this up in the previous segment, there's starting to get to a bit of a similarity with the 2025 Cardinal season, except it's happening, in the Blues case, a month into the season, and that is apathy. That's a dangerous spot for an organization. The difference here, of course, is the Blues had high expectations. People kind of were apathetic on the Cardinals going into it. This is way different, number one, than we thought it was going to be, and number two, anything that we've seen around here in a long time. Are you getting that sense from your readers?
Yeah, I think I started to get that sense a week or two ago, and then I think after these past three games, you're going to see it some more. The one thing that comes to mind when you ask this question is that crowd the other night at Enterprise Center was phenomenal. They stayed until the end. You know, after excruciating losses that the Blues have gone through, you know, you're hearing a loud "Let's Go Blues" chant in the third period. And now when I say this, I understand that Blues fans are super faithful. Like back when, in the days when I worked at the Post-Dispatch, we would get 100 phone calls from Blues fans and just a few phone calls from Cardinals fans. But it was because the numbers, there's so many more Cardinal fans, but the Blues fans just so passionate. So if they felt like they were shortchanged, whether it be with a headline or a story in the paper, you know, they made sure their voice was known. So I want to preface this by saying that they are super loud and passionate. But I think the other night when I heard the Blues crowd, I leaned over to somebody and I said, I think this might be a situation where some of the regular season ticket holders have given up their seats. They've given them to friends, family, whomever. And these are people who haven't been to a game in, you know, a year or two, three. They came across the free tickets and they are just excited to be here. And I think, you know, when I look at the Blues season, it's hard to fathom that we're at that point in November, but the high expectations combined with what we've seen so far, I think have led to this a lot sooner than anybody ever envisioned.
That's an interesting twist.
Yeah.
So the fans are there kind of like, yeehaw, let's have some fun, as opposed to somebody who's critical because they've gone to so many over the years and they're just not there. I don't know how we could ever document that, but that is an interesting twist.
Yeah, and I want to be careful there because I'm not saying that's 100% accurate. That was just my take. I had never heard such a loud crowd late in the game compared to what the results have been on the ice.
That is one thing about hockey. You can go to the game, even if your team is not terribly good, and still have a really good time. There's so much energy there. You never fight in the weather or anything. The music's blaring. You can have a really good time even if the team's not very good. So maybe the attendance can hold up even if the team.
There's a new marketing
really
ploy, Doug. You say you can have a good time even if the team's
even if
not
we're
very
not good.
I like that.
Yeah, and I think, too, guys, look, they've played, 12 games at home, and they've won 3 of them. So I think they've established, just a performance at home where, longtime season ticket holders, people who had these high expectations like you were just talking about, haven't seen the results. And you just touched on, too, they just keep finding a different way to lose. And I think that's going to get a little numbing here for a lot of people. And maybe we could be at that apathy stage already by November, December.
It's something that is noticeable here on our program with regard to what we see in the text inbox and the YouTube chat, JR. I'm curious what kind of response, if any, you got to your column from the organization, whether it be executives, coaches, players, because to your credit, man, you're the guy covering this team, and you're on the road, and you're there, and you went after it. It wasn't personal, but you called it how you saw it, and that's not necessarily commonplace in 2025, especially locally. So any pushback on what you wrote?
No, there was none. And, I'll take you through it here for a second. I just felt like, when you've been writing for 10 or 15 years, okay, what's everybody talking about? Okay, what have I not written yet that I could write about this team? Sometimes, like that night that I wrote the story a few nights ago about the Blues just aren't a good team, you've been doing it for a while. It just hits you. This is the column that needs to be written at this point in time. And I just felt like after weeks of trying to analyze and overanalyze and what's wrong with the Blues, hey, I'll be honest, when I'm doing some of the radio hits and I'm analyzing the Blues, you feel like they could come out of it in a week, in 2 weeks. They could put some games together and you say, okay, well, we were hard on them back then, but now they've gotten things turned around. I just got to a point that night, Tim, where I just felt, I don't see this team coming around, because where they're underperforming is just across the board, and it involves a lot of players. It involves a lot of parts of their game. And we need to face it that this might not be the team that we thought they were. And I think, since then, have the loss last night where they lose a different kind of way, and you still have guys underperforming, and I'm sure we can get into some of that. But I just felt like it was the right thing to say at the right time.
Even Neighbors returning, it's great. And when it was made clear the other day he was going to be back soon, the immediate thought is, oh, wow, that's what they need. They were bad when he was healthy. I mean, they've been pretty much bad since day one. So I don't know that there's nobody walking through the door that's going to change their fortune. This group, and through 20 games, again, can they get on a run? Yes. But it does feel like from what they've told, they're screaming at you, maybe we're just not that good. And it's alarming. I don't know if you have a comp on a season where you went into with a lot of just buzz and hype and momentum from the year before, despite the frustrating end in a Game 7, and then they just totally, because I feel like we always kind of knew when they were down, knew when they were back up, knew when they were contending. This is one of the more dramatic turns, I would think.
Yeah, definitely, Martin. And you look at you speak of Jake Neighbors, 6 goals. He's missed 12 of the 20 games now, and he's still tied for the team leading goals with Jordan Kyrou with 6 goals. Yeah, the only thing I can kind of equate it to is the 2018-19 season, that first half. I can't say that in December, January, I felt like they were going to, go on a run even, much less win the Stanley Cup, but they were able to do that. Even, a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, you felt like, okay, they win a couple games. It is only early November at that point. They are only 5 points out. This isn't so dire, but I just think that when you see things like last night, I mean, those are veteran players. In overtime, you have Dylan Holloway whiffs on a shot at one end of the ice. Hey, that happens. But you get back on defense, and now you have Pavel Buchnevich, you have Philip Broberg, 2 guys on Jonathan Tavares, 2 guys. You got to win that puck battle. Dylan Holloway standing near the end, the goal line. Like, I understand you do that 5-on-5, you wait for the puck to pop out, and then you're going to get possession of it. But the middle of the ice is vacant. So, this isn't Dalibor Dvorsky. This isn't Jimmy Snuggerud. This is Dylan Holloway. This is Philip Broberg. This is Pavel Buchnevich. Now Buchnevich, 15 games without an even strength point. Last night he has the penalty in the first period. He makes a tackle that Mike Jones would have been proud of. And then I think you get to a situation where he whiffs on the pass from Philip Broberg in OT that could have won it. And then he's involved in the board battle with Tavares there at the end. So just a lot of situations with a lot of veterans where I think anybody, even if you've got the team glasses on, you sit down and you watch this team, I don't think you can say, well, there's a bright spot, and that's what could get them to turn the corner.
Let's get into some two-parters. JR, you don't have the hard out, so I want to make sure we let people send their questions in. And I know a lot of people have a lot of thoughts and are anxious to hear your thoughts on a wide variety of elements with regard to the team. You can do so by texting them in 314-399-9646. You are also welcome to put them in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Open up your YouTube app on your phone and subscribe to the TMA channel, and I'll go through there as well as the Air Comfort Service text inbox so we can get both the YouTube chat and the texters' questions. And 282 people are gathered to talk it over regarding this team. JR has the time, so we're going to talk it over with him. We'll take a break, JR, and come back and go through the two-parters next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Village Bar, the home to the best cheeseburger in town, great waffle fries, everything on the menu is great. You can see them right behind the bar there at the grill. It's just sort of a great hangout. Doesn't matter if it's lunch, dinner, watching the game. And we've talked about Village Bar for years. Most folks have been there by now, right there in Des Peres. But you probably didn't know about the bar out back. That's the home to 1879 Distilling. They're making these great premium small batch liquors like Red Barn Vodka, 1879 rye, and there really is a difference when you're ordering a drink if you get a premium brand that's made right here in town, right out back at the barn. And now on Saturdays from noon to 5, something to do on a Saturday, the tasting room is open. It's a little speakeasy, beautiful gift shop as well for all things Village Bar, all things 1879. Chance to see the distillery in action. So noon to 5 on Saturdays when you're up at the Village Bar. Stop by next door for a little tasting of these great 1879 products that I've been telling you about. Awesome gift shop as well. Really a unique spot that they've carved out right there next to the Village Bar. You probably didn't know it was there, much like the barn. Now you can discover it for yourself. These award-winning premium brands that are being made right out back. Find out for yourself. The tasting room now open Saturdays from noon to 5 at the Village Bar. Welcome back to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna presents Jeremy Rutherford and the two-part questions, a tradition unlike any other in the Wednesday 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna online at evergreen-ws.com. And Jeremy Rutherford is with us live from the Toronto airport. JR, they are ready, and they're loaded up here in the text inbox. You ready to go, brother?
I'm ready. I already got a text from Mark Hanna saying good luck. And I also chatted with a friend, and I said, I'm in a small little confined area here at the Pearson Airport, and I'm about ready to do two-parters. And my buddy said, go all in. Those people will never see you again.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, don't care.
Here you go. JR, nothing against Shen, as he's a good player and grinder, but how much of the team's struggles are due to the lack of a true captain and the leadership? And what, if anything, can they do about it? That's from the 636.
Yeah, this is one that I'll really fight back on, because anybody who's around the team knows what he brings to this organization. And I really do think he fits in with all the people of the past. You can go all the way back to Bobby Plager, Alex Steen, all these types of guys Kelly Chase, that just bring everything every day to the game. And so, when things go wrong with the team on the ice, everybody says, bad leadership. And, I did mention that in a story the other day, but when I think of the Blues leadership, I'm thinking of multiple guys, a group of people, not just the captain. And so, Braden Chen, yeah, he's on the back nine, right? I think he's eventually going to get traded. You pop him in the third line of a contending team, and I think that he's going to be able to contribute. But I think right now, in the here and now, with the Blues situation, with the way things are going, it's tough for him to just try to lift this team out of this. And so he's going to catch a lot of flack, and I get it. But I think there are far bigger problems with this team than Braden Shen.
You've covered the team for a number of years. I've been around, but it's been a long time since I've been in the room on a regular basis. Martin, you're still around down there to know. And Doug, obviously, you were around the various rooms over the years. How would you compare and contrast this room with other Blues teams?
I just think it's quiet, and I felt like, when you had a Brandon Saad, a Nick Leddy, also quiet, I didn't think there was a lot of personality. I know Martin has mentioned, and I agree with him, that there just isn't a ton of personality in terms of on the ice, guys that you can believe in, guys that, you can rally behind and say, okay, this guy's on the bench telling me we're going to get it going. And, I'm not on the bench. I don't hear that stuff. I don't know who guys respect and look up to. But I think when you go in the room, it's a team that, at the start of the season, you felt like, okay, they want to step off from last year and be a team that can compete for a top 3 spot in the Central Division. And I think what I've noticed in the past couple weeks is, and understandably so, a team that's questioning itself. And, that's where the leadership comes in. But I really do think, I'll say it again, that Braden Shen behind the scenes is doing all he can. I just don't know that the group in the locker room has the personality that can, lift each other up and hold each other accountable like we've seen in the past with Blues teams.
And I think if you talk to guys, not us, but guys who played that have been mentioned here, like Kelly Chase, like Chris Pronger, they believe in Shen. They might tell you he doesn't have enough around him. Like, let's go, guys, let's do this. And he's kind of battling, in a sense, almost battling it alone in terms of the messaging.
100%. And I'll go back to when Ryan O'Reilly was the captain. I talked to him a lot about, what's it like to be the captain and who helps you. And he would say, I'll tell you what, I might wear the C, but Braden Shen is probably the leader of this team. And, he's going to be captain one day. And so, listen, when Kelly Chase tells you he's that type of guy, there's nothing I can say that's going to supersede what Kelly Chase says there.
JR, more and more coming in as we talk. Should Army have a press conference and announce Alex Steen has been reassigned to Vice President of Special Projects? Doug, we have seen that happen before. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. But I've been texting with people. Martin, we've certainly talked about it on the program about the Doug Armstrong press conference that tends to happen around this time of the year when things are going awry. The team is on the road, so that might impede it. Do you think there's going to be any potential pressers?
Yeah, I do think at some point we're going to hear from Doug Armstrong. Listen, he's made a point the past year or two of saying that he likes to stay 35,000 feet above the fray and kind of step in when it's that time. And I do think it's that time. I think that people need to hear from Doug Armstrong, and we will soon, I'm sure. I do think probably being on the road at this juncture has something to do with it. Also, he has to know what he wants to say, and he's got to give answers as to what the Blues are going to do to climb out of this. And I just think that we're so early in the season. Like, what are those answers? And, keep in mind, he has done those pressers in November in the past, but I think those were more of, hey, let's get it together. These are, not only did he talk to the media the past couple Novembers, but he also talked to the team. And I think he was trying to light a fire. I'm not saying you can't light a fire here, but I don't know what fire you're lighting. And I think that Doug Armstrong has to have a game plan put together when he comes in and when he does talk, which could be tomorrow, could be next week.
This is a two-parter specific to tomorrow night's game and then last night's game. Number one, do you think Booch will be a healthy scratch? And number two, what the heck was Holloway doing on that last play?
Yeah, first of all, with the Booch healthy scratch, I want to make sure that, I'm clear. I wrote the other day that, hey, what are you going to do? Scratch Pavel Buchnevich. He's going to get a chip on his shoulder. He's going to come back. He's going to score a goal. And then how does that team, how is the team better after that? I firmly believe that in terms of the overall picture. How is this team going to be better by scratching Pavel Buchnevich? Now, with that said, I think it's almost come to a point where it has to happen just because he needs a reset. I mean, I talked about the three things just in the game last night, and he's had, turnovers in the Seattle game. There's been countless examples of where he is not only not playing well, but cost the team. And I think that it's not a situation now where you're sending a message, you're trying to wake him up. I just think that he needs a break. And I think that there are other players out there, a Dvorsky power play goal last night. He's not getting any time in overtime in these games. Pavel Buchnevich is. And as I said, he's hurting the team. So I think at some point, even if it's not going to, lift the team and send a message and get this team on its merry way, it's something that eventually has to probably happen.
Let's see what we got. Would trading for Ryan O'Reilly to come back and a third or fourth line role for his leadership be an option? That's from Fancy Mayonnaise.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think this falls in line with a number of things that the Blues probably could do, but what's it going to do? I think Milan Lucic falls into this. Okay, so he comes up from Springfield, and I know a lot of the guys on the team like him. A lot of the guys want him in the locker room, on the bench. But at the end of the day, and he plays his 8-9 minutes, which, by the way, he's looked 37 years old in the American Hockey League. So is he even going to be able to hold down a spot when he does get up here? Like, what are these things going to happen? What the Blues need is for their highest paid guys to produce. What they need is these highest paid guys not to make critical mistakes in the third period and overtime that are costing these guys games. So I just think that some of these things where people think, a quick change, small change, something like that could help the team isn't going to be the answer for what the Blues are in right now.
Where do you think Montgomery's at? He seems a little bit, not exact. He's always kind of the same. He's pretty lighthearted, but I think he feels like he's out of moves to make.
Yeah, and I'm glad you asked that because, if you listen to the press conference last night, hey, am I guilty of asking some questions where, you say, hey, Jim, a lot of good things tonight, but the end result, you lose the game. What are the takeaways here? And people might be saying, be harder on him here. Look, he's wearing it right now. You can see it. Those post-game press conferences aren't the time to ask those types of questions. You can get a better feel for things, better information at different times. And I just would answer that question, Martin, by saying that you can just see it on his face. Like last night when he did answer that question, he said, look, we just got to win some games. So I think he's just as surprised, if not more than anybody in St. Louis, about how this season has unfolded. And he takes that responsibility. It's his team. And I think that he's not going to give up on this year. I've seen it in practice. He's done everything he can. But I think he's pretty surprised that these players that, he's taken them through some pretty detailed practices, everything that they're not executing, and he's going to try to figure out the answers.
Jeremy Rutherford with us here on TMA 101 ESPN and a bunch of people in the YouTube channel. Open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and subscribe to the channel. He is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies every Wednesday on the program in the 9 o'clock hour. Cucky the Dwarf, Doug, he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. He's got a two-parter. He says, Jeremy, any comps on what type of players Snuggie and Dvorsky will evolve into? And second part, how good is that Ice Guardians podcast? There's a two-parter from the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Okay.
I love it. I love that Ice Guardians podcast. I think every time they put a clip up, whoever's doing their social picks some good clips with Bernie Federico, Jeff Brown, all those guys. And I like Holly watching Jordan Bennington scoop up the puck, and and Ovi scored it and breaks down the play and talks a little bit about that. Anytime you got Brett Hull unfiltered, right? That's going to be a good podcast. So they do a great job. In terms of those players, guys, I mean, that's what I've been trying to keep in mind and try to tell people, the past year or so is, even though the Blues said they were out of the retool, and yes, I said I felt they could be a good competitive team this year. I do think that this is about the future still. I really do. And Dvorsky coming up and playing the way he has, I think that might be the biggest. You putting together a list, that might be the biggest positive so far this season, because there were some questions about him. There were, Tim, and so I think that the way he's played has to bode well for the future, and Jimmy Snuggerud too. And so player comps, I just think that Snuggerud, not only is he going to be a shooter, I think the passing, the vision that we've seen from him, is these two guys are going to be top 6 guys in your lineup for the next 10 years, and they're both going to be on that number 1 power play. I think those are the two things I can say about those two.
I got this one here. Hey, JR, is someone from upstairs pulling some strings to make sure 89's contract is justified? That is in year 1 of 6 by playing a guy in the first line and first line power play unit. We know this wouldn't be the first time this has been done in this city. This comes from his teammate, Dada. Doug, that's Daddy Padre, who now goes by Dada.
He's not a teammate. He never was.
Dada. Like Tyler Beatty's now Tyler Bidet?
Yeah, or just like a soccer player. Dada. What do you think about that one, JR? Somebody pulling string?
Well, you get asked that a lot, and I understand where people are coming from. Why are they not holding Pavel Buchnevich accountable like they are some other guys on the team? And I get it, but I think a good story or a good podcast, listening to a Doug Armstrong or somebody about a situation like that, like how do you treat it differently when you're talking about a guy you just signed to a 6-year, $48 million contract? I mean, is this, could it be related to that? Could it be related to the personality of the player? Maybe they know that some guys, they can healthy scratch and they're going to get a bounce back, a guy who realizes why they're doing it. And maybe they got a guy in Buchnevich who he takes it the wrong way. And, that contract, I think, is tough to unload. I realize he's a 30-goal scorer in the league, but if you're going to start healthy scratching him and you're not going to get, the response or get the type of player that you thought you signed to this, I mean, this could be catastrophic for the Blues in terms of, moving forward with that $8 million AAV on the roster. So I don't pretend to know the exact way to handle each individual player, but I do understand the perspective, the outside perspective that people have on how Pavel Buchnevich has played and why he hasn't been held accountable. Because it's not just the lack of a healthy scratch. It is 18 minutes of ice time per game, power play, overtime, time on ice. So there's a lot to kind of digest there.
And also Daddy Padre now doing business, as Dada says. Also, Snuggerud being net front on the power play is asinine when he's got the best shot on the team. That's from Dada.
Yeah, and I can see that. The only thing is, the Blues power play, those guys move around a bit, and Snuggerud, he gets on that flank, and he and Dvorsky have been on there at times. So I don't think that's something set in stone where, Jimmy Snuggerud is, hey, get out there and be the David Backes. I just think that's a situation where, times they do have him there, and he's pretty good at it. The Blues don't have a lot of options, but, Dada is correct in saying that Snuggerud does need to be on that.
Final one for you here, JR. Knowing Army isn't a sit-still type, who is the most movable Blue in terms of getting an immediate impact player? Does that not even matter, given the scale of the team's issues? And second question, you live in Jefferson County, cover a team that sucks, and do a weekly hit on a terrible radio show. Did this happen gradually, or did you start making bad choices all at once? That's from two-time Texter of the Year, Arbor Day.
Arbor Day. No, I got to give him credit there. Yeah, it's been a series of bad choices beginning when I was young. So when I was young, I know, Tim, the show's been going on forever. I was like, I hope I never appear on that show. If I do, then I'll know that things have hit rock bottom, and here we are. So it's been a tough run. Yeah, hey, in terms of the player that the Blues could move, I think it's going to come to a point where it's guys like Schenn and it's guys like Justin Falk, but they have a couple years, Schenn too, and Falk 1 under contract. People can say what they want to say about these guys. I think that Schenn in particular could help a contender. I think that Falk would be a veteran pickup for a team. So I think those are the types of guys. I mentioned the Buchnevich. I don't know that anybody's touching the contract with his situation, and I think there's some other players that the Blues probably still want to be part of this thing and might not move. But those are the two guys that come to mind.
JR, you really enjoyed the call from the mailman the other day who had the beeping incessantly in the background?
Yeah, on monster trucks?
I did, yeah. And so I've been to a couple monster trucks. I'm guilty, born in Jeffco again. So, but I couldn't understand why he didn't explain to me the beeping. I told Marty at practice the other day. He just said, "Oh, that's the beeper." Yeah, we can hear that. We know that. But what the hell's going on? And why'd you call in when you know the thing's going to be beeping the entire time?
You were mad as a hornet. The Blues are out on the ice trying to practice, and you were screaming at me.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to the program, that I'm on, and trying to have some fun with it. And this guy, and my dad's a mailman, and my stepdad's a mailman, and so I've, in 30 years of talking to them on the phone, I've never heard that thing beeping. So I don't know. This guy
calling out mailman. There's the social media clip, Tim. JR, instead of calling out Blues and Dada, he calls out mailmen in general.
And since Dada stuck his nose into this conversation and he's no longer the emergency goalie, what again is the protocol for emergency backup goalies these days?
I think you just have to have a pulse and a jersey is what I remember to be the emergency goalie.
Take a shot.
But they don't still have the guy in the stands just waiting in case both your goaltenders go down.
They are going to change that, Doug. Yeah, no, good point. With the new CBA, they're going to have the ability for teams to carry a third goalie, not necessarily a roster goalie, but a guy who can travel with the team and be that type of emergency goalie instead of the Dadas sitting in the stands drinking their Diet Coke before they come down in the third period.
Right. But that rule's still in effect now? This is something you're talking about that's going to happen in the future?
Yeah. As far as I know, I believe that that's still the case right now, and the new CBA kicks in 2026. New CBA, so the rules will change then.
Okay.
Well, Daddy Padre says it's status quo this year, Doug. Next year, the new rule starts. Daddy likey. That's what he says. Daddy likey. JR, do you have a nonstop into Philadelphia? I would think so.
Yep, I do. Although it's funny you say that because when I leave Philly and go to New York, I got to stop in Boston. What's up with that?
The hell?
I know it. So we'll make it there, though.
Is that like a 25-minute flight from Philadelphia to New York? And you got to stop in Boston?
Got to stop in Boston, but maybe it'll be a chance to stop off and see Logan Mayu in Springfield and see how he's doing.
No.
JR with us, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, taking two-parters, spending a lot of time with us today. Enjoyed it. Jeremy Rutherford, you can read him in The Athletic and hear him throughout the week here on 101 ESPN and the Last Minute Blues podcast. JR, appreciate the time. Safe travels, brother.
Yep, thanks, boys.
Thank you, JR. Jeremy Rutherford was on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson?
Well, sure. I do because I've been there a few times, and I bought appliances from there. You don't have to redo your entire kitchen with Callier and Thompson. They do have a fabulous appliance department. They sell high-end stuff that you just don't see at the Home Depots or the Lowe's or places like that. You want to go big time, you go to Callier and Thompson. They got some great deals on some of the best appliances out there. You know what else they have? They have a special paint department. A lot of people think they can paint their houses themselves, but boy, it makes a difference when you have the pros come out to do it, and they have a professional department that will do your painting at Callier and Thompson. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce for them. It's more than just a job. They take great pride in all the work that they do. If they come out and do work on your kitchen, your bathroom, your basement, whatever, You don't like something, you want to make a change, they're very happy to come out there and do it until they do it and you like it. They've been in business since the 1950s. Their staff has more than 165 years of combined experience. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners out there, and they just do a fabulous job. Check out their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. You can get some great ideas of what you want to do to spruce up your home. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
On Monday, we had a major report. On Tuesday, we had the subject of that report saying it was absolutely false. We'll have that audio for you coming up next. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. I'm not talking about the 2004 Best Picture winner when I say there was a return of a king last night. LeBron James back in the lineup for the LA Lakers last night for the first time this season. 11 points and 12 assists in a 140-126 win for the Lake Show. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Motley Crue tickets, the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for that prize coming your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. Riz, Anthony Stalter, and I are shooting the Spread Zone following today's program. And you can catch that on the TMA podcast feed and see how cute we are on the YouTube channel. So that's coming up in addition to the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Jackson, what is the name of the sode we shot yesterday? Or
Go get your shine box.
Go get your shine box. Was Martin, that's what Jennings Randolph Jr. would say to callers or texters that he did not like. It's a tribute to, is that Billy Batts, Doug? Frank Vincent? Was that Frank Vincent?
Uh-huh.
And
he
Joe
told
Pesci?
Joe Pesci to go get a shine box.
And that's where Robert De Niro said he insulted him a little bit. Little bit. And I don't want to spoil it for people, but Billy Batts had a rough evening after that.
It's the first shot of the movie.
I think you're right. But it was the name of the QFTA because...
the great Eric Sontag, who I believe used to sell advertising. And we were interested in hiring when we were looking at buying KFNS so many years ago. I guess as a listener of the podcast. And he texted in, with yesterday being the 3rd anniversary of J. Randolph Jr.'s passing, for my favorite J. Randolph Jr. story. And that brought up the memory of Jennings getting sideways with texters and YouTube chat people on this program and telling them to go get their shine box.
And that's why we have the great drop where he says, read this dumbass text.
Doug, I think that was Big Dallas Daddy. Jackson and I were recalling was the one who really set him off, Big Dallas Daddy. And he was unhappy because Tom Ackerman was excited about the possibility of St. Louis being the site of the Final Four for the NIT. And he said, how far as a city have we fallen if Tommy Ack is trying to spin it into being a great thing for the region that we're hosting the Final Four of the NIT. And then Big Dallas Daddy came at Jay for not being on board with the Final Four of the NIT. And that's when you heard...
Read this dumbass text.
Oh, come on, Jay. We've had 2 NCAA Final Fours.
Yeah, so if you're on a trajectory, we start getting NIT Final Fours.
Yep, things are looking up.
Thank you.
It's even better.
Lane Kiffin is flying regionally, just like you can out of Lambert. And he was on Pat McAfee's program yesterday. Jackson, in the audio that you have, does it include McAfee's question regarding the ultimatum?
It does.
Okay, so I don't need to set it up. Here you go.
But there's a rumor now circulating on the internet, and we appreciate you joining us here to maybe kind of clarify this. Was there like an ultimatum given to you in the middle of a season from Ole Miss? It feels like the way I'm reading it on the internet is that Ole Miss has told you, and you were doing yoga, I guess, this morning with the AD. Ole Miss has told you, like, we need an answer. Is that true? And how are you handling it all with the team with what's currently taking place?
Yeah, that's absolutely not true. There's been no ultimatum, anything like that at all. And so I don't know where that came from, like a lot of stuff that comes out there. Like I said, man, we're having a blast. I love it here. I mean, our running back's sitting right over here. Come on over. And it just couldn't be better. Like I said, you pray for things. Our fans prayed for this type of thing, and now we're in the middle of it. So enjoy it. You're 10-1. You're getting ready. You got a bye week. You get to watch half the country lose, and there's no way we can lose Saturday. And then you play the Egg Bowl. And go dominate that and keep that Egg Bowl trophy home where it's been for a long time.
So he didn't necessarily
say, I'm staying here for life.
Right. But he said that report on the ultimatum is false. I watched all 20 minutes or so of that interview. ESPN is in a weird spot right now because McAfee will have guests on, And the interviews won't necessarily be particularly hard hitting, but that's not what Pat does. The man's sitting on an absurd amount of money and audience. So doff my cap to him, certainly, for that. And that's how the show goes. But then ESPN's reporters then have to refute what the guests then say on their own product's show, which wound up happening yesterday, in which college football writers on ESPN were saying sources still say that Kiffin has been told by Ole Miss that they want a decision before the Egg Bowl. But the word ultimatum is now not being used by ESPN. Stuart Mandel of The Athletic had the ultimatum story. My premise on the ultimatum is I just don't really know what they can hold over his head because he's under contract, and you cannot force an employee, unless it's actually in the contract, to sign a contract extension. So
they may have gone to him, but it wasn't an ultimatum.
Exactly.
He said, hey, we really love it. Is there any way, you're the man, is there any way we can kind of clean this up or clear this up before the Egg Bowl? And then everyone says, it's an ultimatum. And then he can slice words apart and say, I was not given an ultimatum. But maybe they did have a conversation. Hey, we would love it if we can get some clarity here.
And if you're Ole Miss, why do you have to know by Saturday? What's the magic date with that?
I guess if he's going to leave, then you want to get a jump on who your next coach is. But next Friday's the Egg Bowl.
Yeah, that's correct. The Mandel report said in advance of the Egg Bowl. Ole Miss is on a bye this week. I think, barring a big surprise, Ole Miss is in even if they lose to Mississippi State, but I wouldn't say that for certain. You got a couple weird things going on with the latest college football playoff rankings. I don't know if weird is the right word, but certainly things to keep an eye on. Notre Dame and Miami both sitting there with 2 losses. Notre Dame is ahead of Alabama. That is, Jackson's shaking his head.
I don't get that at all.
Yeah, okay, so you're with me on that.
I don't get that
now, you view it that way because you hate the Irish Catholic
That's
community.
certainly the narrative attached to me, but I don't get how you can see both teams play.
But as an Irish Catholic, I would tell you I think it's asinine also.
Yeah.
I'm legitimately surprised by that. There is a part of me, if I go into conspiracy theory mode, that they have them up there to try to establish the strength of Notre Dame in advance of the other thing that I was going to bring up, which is the team that beat Notre Dame with 2 losses being well behind Notre Dame and perhaps in a spot that they cannot get into the college football playoff because it's highly unlikely that they are going to be in the ACC championship game, and that is Miami. So you have that. Also, I mean, they were the story of college football when Greg Warren was in studio with us. He was talking about being on the campus of Vanderbilt for College Game Day with Nate Bargatze. The 2-loss Vanderbilt Commodores could very well be on the outside looking in. Right now, they are ranked 14th. They would have to beat Tennessee in order to finish 10-2. But I think there is a chance that even if they do that they would not get in. So you have those 3 elements all involved in this college football playoff and the rankings, which will be determined here after the conference championship Saturday.
And look at Missouri, now 22nd. Hello, Truman. What if they go down to Oklahoma and slap around the Sooners?
Well, they could knock the Sooners out, which could open up things
Arkansas.
for others, maybe Vandy.
But I'm talking about Mizzou getting in there.
Oh, well.
You have 7 or 8, 9 teams in front of them, all lose, and lose badly. Hello, Truman.
So you like Missouri to win the national championship?
I think so at this point. I think that's what I'm picking.
Nice.
You know what could happen if everything broke for them? They could wind up almost on the bubble, which would really be frustrating. If they could wind up, 14 or 15, which would really be frustrating.
But they wouldn't be legitimately peeved because they would know they have 0 chance of making
Illinois is
it.
ranked ahead of Missouri, and Illinois is going to win their last 2 games. Illinois should win their last 2 games. Missouri is a 8.5-point underdog on Saturday.
But I will say, just looking at the matchups, if we had those opening round, I know it's going to change in the next couple of weeks, but the home playoff game, Texas Tech.
Martin, you're speaking my language, brother.
Texas Tech hosting Tulane. I'll watch. Oklahoma hosting Notre Dame, whether the Irish are overrated or not. you're watching that game. Ole Miss hosting Miami.
How do you
Lane
do?
Kiffin watching from Florida. Oregon hosting Bama. Like, every matchup looks appealing. That's what's unbelievable.
And something that we've been talking about, and we played the bite from Gary Danielson of CBS, it's now starting to really gain momentum. And when you have, one of the faces of college football on ESPN saying this, it indicates to me that it's, especially a guy who isn't by any means somebody who's, coloring outside the lines, for lack of better term. If anything, they give him trouble for being as straight-laced as he is. Here's Reese Davis on his podcast.
Here's what I think they should do. They do not need to expand the playoff to 20-something or whatever. But if you wanted to expand it to 16, eliminate the conference championship games, and use that weekend as first round on campus, I'm in. That way, then you have 2 rounds on campus. Everybody plays. And, you want to talk about some bracket chaos? You really think number 16 can't beat number 1? Sure they can. If you're doing it like straight seeding, and you probably would still have to, make a concession to get in, 5 conference champions or whatever. But now you add a few more at larges. You get some great competitive games. You get to play them on campus. And I actually believe that will happen once we reach the stages several years down the road. But it will happen once they can replace the money. If they can replace the money with a television contract for those games, replace or enhance the money from the conference championship games, it'll happen then, I think.
There you go. I would love that. That, to me, does strike me as a solution in 2 forms. It's like looking at a P&L. We're going to cut expenses, and we're going to increase revenue. And at that point, you have a home run, assuming you're not operating a crime family. And that is, you get rid of what has become a worthless weekend. A weekend that schools like Ole Miss and Georgia would prefer to not be a part of. Right. A weekend in which the top 2 teams in the country probably are going to play each other, and they can hype it up, and they will hype it up. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll watch it, but it really doesn't mean anything.
Right. Neither team will be out if they lose.
Right.
They'll probably both still get buys.
And keep an eye on this. This is something to really keep an eye on. Alabama's number 10 right now, as we noted, behind Notre Dame, which Jackson and I both think is ridiculous. And I really don't even know how it could possibly be justified. And it's not like I'm an Alabama fan. If anything, I'm a Notre Dame fan. Alabama, though, has 2 losses, but one of the losses is non-conference. Doug calls it non-con.
I do, yeah.
Alabama beats Auburn. Alabama is going to play for the SEC championship. And if Alabama were to win the SEC championship, which, by the way, I would take them to do, then what happens with the seeding? Do you move Alabama from 10 to a bye? Because if you say no, then you're going to have the SEC champion behind, take your pick of, whichever ones don't lose that game, and it will be A&M, Ole Miss, Georgia, and then they're the conference champion. And then in order to convey to the audiences that this conference championship matters, and we got to keep doing it, how are you going to justify that when they're seated below them and they don't get a bye?
Right.
So you got a little spot to keep an eye on with that scenario.
Yeah, like if Bama were to beat A&M in the SEC championship, and then A&M still gets a bye and Alabama doesn't. It's like, what are we doing?
Or A&M loses, and then they go, God, we got to drop them now to like 10?
Right.
Even though they've, had the wins in South Bend. And at that point, I guess it depends. I mean, it's all so up in the air with who gets to play in the thing, and they have to win in Austin. A&M has somehow managed to play an SEC schedule in which they have, when you look at the bottom, I think 6 or 7 teams in the SEC, that is literally all they have played, which is why I'm not buying Texas A&M stock. But either way, they got themselves a little situation here with that one. Keep an eye on that. And God almighty, can you imagine if Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt beats Tennessee?
On the road.
And is sitting there at 10-2?
Yeah.
And they're on the outside looking in?
Right. And Notre Dame gets in, same record, and the best 2 wins they have are losses to Miami and A&M.
Well, I mean, in fairness to
USC.
Notre Dame, they have beaten USC, but you know, the Alabama comparison, because what's Vanderbilt's best win at this moment?
Oh, I guess.
Yeah.
Missouri?
So that's kind of
for sure
the
but
situation that they're
on the
in.
road.
But beating Tennessee on the road would be it. But at this point, that would be the knock on them. But that's my overall premise. Keep an eye on this. Now, what you will be told, just like I told you in September, wait till you hear about the eye test in November, what you will be told is, well, it all worked out in the end. And that's because most people are not emotionally attached, except for the fan bases that are left out in the cold. So you will be told it all works out in the end. But that is not the truth, because you already have some things that don't make sense. And part of me thinks some of the things that don't make sense right now are to justify the inevitable hand job that takes place on that Sunday afternoon. So keep an eye on it if you're interested. Martin, I know you're headed to onboarding. What is on the agenda for the onboarding today?
Well, we're looking for a new VP for special events. Gersh has stepped away from that. So we're going to have a little, it's a secret ballot. NFL kind of prefers. Yeah, I think and we've learned from that. You just do a secret ballot.
I think that's the right
Sounds
thing.
like
I actually saw
stuff.
JR, whenever I see people out, because sometimes that 10 o'clock hour I'll sneak out. Yeah. And they always question whether I'm truly at onboarding or not. But today it's important. New VP. By the way, Michael Gersh is still with the Cardinals. He is doing some consulting work, for those wondering. And I mean, I'm being serious. People were asking, with Mo leaving, and Heim told me that Gersh is staying on in a new role. So I don't know what that title is. But the VP of Special Ops Events, what was the title? Special Events?
Projects.
Projects.
Special projects.
No, sorry. That is now open.
Oh, it is.
Well, around here.
Oh.
Spicy So, Martin, if you want to stick around for another segment, but I know this is an important one, it says, is not happy we're not talking about baseball. Chairman Kurt's head just fell to his dais over there.
Chairman, you said something in that YouTube chat. Why don't you boys take it South City outside and settle this score or something?
Oh, is there a fight? I just glanced up, and that's all I saw when I looked at the monitor above Paper's head.
That was earlier.
Yeah, Cucky was battling with somebody during the Blues discussion, and I know this show likes to settle things at Starbucks or gentlemen's
that's usually where we fight.
Sure.
Yeah, I said take it to the St. Louis Hills Starbucks over there by...
oh, sure.
I'm drawing a blank. What's
Right,
up?
LeGrand's. Ted Drew, sponsor of the program. Yeah, and Doug, that used to be, was that Miss Sherry's? That used to be a Miss Sherry's, am I right?
I don't know. I didn't go there.
Tim, did you see what happened on the fan page last night?
Oh, gosh. There's still a Miss Sherry's over there. Is that on Tesson Ferry?
Is the Miss Sherry's on Tesson Ferry?
Near Concord
by Baptist
Plaza?
Church Road. Yeah.
And it closes at 6?
That's pretty late.
That's pretty late.
Probably earlier than that.
Dinner's at 3.
Is that where you get pudding?
Yeah.
I like a good pudding.
Tapioca.
Tim is the Starbucks over there by LeGrand's. Was that the spot? Was that Garavelli's right there?
It was. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Well, yes, the Starbucks. Yes, that's correct.
Garavelli's. Doug, where you could go and have dinner at 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like
That's
that.
such a dated reference. Even Papers probably doesn't know a Garavelli's joke.
No.
It was a cafeteria that old folks loved Garavelli's.
And those have gone out of style?
Yeah, sort of.
The buffet cafeteria style place?
I think so.
As a kid, I loved that because you could, oh, wow, there's pudding.
Treats everywhere, Doug. There's pudding.
And you don't have to
wow.
wait, and sometimes you can go back for more.
More pudding.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have some pudding today.
Pile it up.
Martin's headed to onboarding. We are headed into our 10 o'clock hour, even though it is 10:08. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Motley Crue tickets, the prize. This is TMA 101 ESPN. We have a way for our audience to make some money, and that is with Psychiatric Care and Research Center. They are doing clinical research trials and giving you compensation for your time and your travel. The current studies include anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder. They are being conducted by Dr. John Canale, who had completed his psychiatric residency at WashU, where he also served as the chief resident. Psychiatric Care and Research Center is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for these upcoming clinical research trials. If you are interested in participating, the office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. So if you're in the area, you are not far away, no matter if you're in the Metro East. It is O'Fallon, Missouri. It's Psychiatric Care and Research Center. And if you're interested in participating, go to pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com, or you can call 636-244-3593. Psychiatric Care and Research Center. Reach out to them to participate in their clinical research trials. Compensation will be provided for both your time and your travel. The office in O'Fallon, Missouri with Dr. John Canale. Online, that's where you can learn more to sign up. pcrc-stl.com. This was Jackson's George Washington, right?
Yeah. This is the only one I could think of right at the top of my head.
Nice. Red lips, fingertips. Sweet.
Okay.
On Halloween and New Year's Eve. Did he say kinky?
I don't know. I didn't hear
Did
it.
he say kinky?
I thought I heard Yankee.
Because if it's kinky, we don't kink shame.
No, we do not.
I do.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. You might shame me for this. Guess what I did during the commercial break?
What did you do during the commercial break? It was only 3 minutes long, so a lot can be accomplished.
Did you go and get your shine box?
Cut that off.
I don't know.
I posted on Power Mizzou.
Oh, nice.
Oh, did
I'm
you?
a rare poster.
Okay.
But they were quoting what I said in the 7 o'clock hour when a booster texted me. And I guess some were saying that not a bunch of people were saying that it wasn't accurate, or I don't know, whatever. Neither here nor there. I'm for the most part, a reader on Power Mizzou, not a poster. But I wanted to let them know that just because one person, one booster, feels this way about NIL, and for those of you who aren't listening, when I read the text, I'm summarizing here, paraphrasing the text, that at this point, there is really no structure, and you're just going to continue to be asked for more, and it's the worst investment in America. And this person who texted me is not hard up for cash, as probably is the case with almost any booster of significance, and is absolutely a longtime Missouri booster. But I should also emphasize this, just because this person feels that way doesn't mean everyone feels that way. But one of the things that Gabe DeArmond and Cody Goodwin talked about on the podcast last night is Gabe's biggest takeaway from yesterday's Drinkwitz press conference, and he wasn't going after Eli Drinkwitz about this, he was just going after the state of college football about this, is that fans and donors, but specifically the fans who may not have, or who don't obviously have as much money as boosters are constantly being asked to put more money in, and if you don't, the team is not going to be good. And that's not an Eli Drinkwitz thing. We played exclusive to Drinkwitz. That's everybody. That's that. Then you heard the Kenny Dillingham, Arizona State coach we played earlier in the program, when he's like, we have a bunch of restaurants around here. There's no reason why every restaurant shouldn't have a sandwich named after a member of the Sun Devils. That's when Martin and you lost it, Doug.
Yeah, I did. It just seems so awful, so grotesque that you got thousands of kids going to these schools that face crippling debt afterwards because it's so darn expensive. And then you've got football coaches begging restaurants to give their offensive linemen just a little bit more money. It's just, the whole thing is creepy. I don't know that it's sustainable either.
They got to establish some sort of salary cap where you can only spend this much in a given year, and sure, you're going to have people who probably...
They'll cheat with that too, though.
No doubt, but it'll be a better situation than this total lawlessness that they have now. I'm not even talking about the portal. I'm not talking about any of that. NIL spending, there needs to be some sort of cap and floor where you can be.
Recovering alcoholic, I guess, guessed what I was doing during the break. As I said, I just posted in this thread. Doug, the title of the thread is Tidbit from Tim McKernan on the Morning After regarding NIL.
Okay.
The recovering alcoholic said, hey, Tim, I hope during the break you were able to coordinate with Ash on what time you two are going to, quote, hang before I get home from Vegas. I'd like you to do your thing so I can come home to a happy wife before I head to drug church that I am the pastor of.
Drug church? Oh.
Are you a member of that congregation?
I am not.
Tim, did you procreate again during the commercial break? No, Doug's on birth control. But I did make my second child during a commercial break, which doesn't really speak to, my stamina. But that reminds me, happy anniversary to my wife.
Those are longer breaks, in fairness.
And I came back from the break, and we were in the final year of my deal at KFNS anyway. We knew we were leaving.
Yeah.
The gift card guy was in there, and Iggy was singing.
Yes, Hailstorm, if I'm not mistaken.
Was he really?
Yeah.
I thought it might have been Journey.
Ooh, I'm almost positive.
What song was my second son conceived to?
I don't have the foggiest notion.
It was Lizzie Hale and Hailstorm. Because Iggy was really belting it out, and that was back in the day when it was just me and him in that back booth. And so when I'd take my headphones off, it would just be him singing a cappella, and that was an experience that everyone should enjoy.
Drug church? How do I get baptized? That's from the amateur proctologist.
They're not giving you drugs. They're trying to get you off drugs.
I've been there. I was not given any drugs.
No, I wouldn't think you would be.
Drug church. Well, Doug, that's the text we got.
If you were given drugs, you could be facing tax consequences, in which case Mark Milton would be the Congress or part of the congregation there. and he could probably help you out. He's helped a lot of people out of their tax problems. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, any of those nasty things keeping you up at night, or maybe you're even facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you've got a real problem on your hands. But the good news is you've got one of the top lawyers in the nation here to help you in Mark Milton. He'll take on the godforsaken tax man. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., actually represented the IRS in tax cases around the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he is here, right here in St. Louis, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. If you've got tax issues, mister, you've got some problems, but Mark Milton knows how to settle it. If you got any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There you go. Mark Milton, longtime TMA sponsor, online at stltaxlawyer.com. We had a great conversation with Jeremy Rutherford in the 9 o'clock hour. Recommendation to go back and podcast that on the state of the Blues. He is with the team. He was in Toronto last night and getting ready to fly out of Pearson Airport in Ontario en route to Philadelphia for tomorrow night's festivities. Blues and Flyers pregame 5 p.m. Puck drop here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. as the Blues try and get it going. But the thing that we noticed is when we're starting to talk about them, the anger isn't necessarily there. Now the apathy is there. If there is one thing, and this is what JR talked about, that is positive, it is what you're seeing from Dalibor Dvorsky. And this is what he had to say following last night's loss to Craig Berube and the Leafs.
I mean, I feel like every goal pumps the team up a little bit. So, no, I mean, at the end, I'm really pissed that we lost. But I think it was a pretty good game from us. So we just got to learn from the mistakes and get back to it in Philly. Always tough to lose. So, yeah, not much else to say. I mean, I hate losing, but yeah, like I said, I mean, we'll have another chance in Philly.
Off the post.
Well, he is certainly one building block of the future, and I guess Snuggerud is the other. Broberg and Holloway, if they can get him re-signed. Other than that, are there a lot of guys on this team right now that you think are still going to be here in 2 or 3 years? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. Maybe Hofer.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Bennington might find his way on another team too if the Blues are hopelessly out of it and some contender needs a goaltender. You might have to even consider moving him to try to improve yourself in the future.
Doing a little microanalysis. The microanalysis is, holy crap, we are a month and I think 10 days since the start of the season. And Jackson was looking at Money Puck, and the Blues have a 0% chance of winning the Stanley Cup.
That's a rough start.
But moved up to, 3.4% chance to make the playoffs?
3.8.
Now we're talking.
3.8, okay, things are happening.
Hello, Note.
And with the anticipation for this team's 2025-2026 season, which came on the heels of a great run to get into the playoffs and playing the President's Trophy winning Jets to nearly 1.6 seconds away from advancing to the second round against the Dallas Stars, they had the market cornered, the anticipation high, and then you have this crash. That sucks, obviously. Now, from a macro perspective, what if the buildup that has been going on during the whatever, you sit there and you get to this point and go, oh, crap, the guys that we thought were the core, along with some of the younger players that we thought were going to be a part of this rebuild, are not what we thought they were. And then Blues fans go, oh, God, what if we are actually at the start of a longer process that we thought just 5 months ago we had completed? And that is the thing that I think we may be staring into if the Blues do start to look at trading away some of what was thought to be the core. In addition to that, specific to a guy who is not one of the young members of the core, but is under contract in year one of a 6-year deal, wow. I mean, we would be put to the test to do a Mount Rushmore of bad contracts in St. Louis area sports right now that organizations are stuck with. But 89's, I think, would be your George Washington.
Yeah, he's right up there.
I mean, the Cardinals, of course, have their fair share. But that is because Arenado's is coming to an end. Gray's is coming to an end. Contreras' isn't as long as Buchnevich's deal. You just got a real spot there. And Jeremy Rutherford flat out said it when he was with us in the 9 o'clock hour. I mean, okay, fine, trade him. The hell, who's gonna want him with that kind of deal? So you got yourself a spot here, and that is the unfortunate reality of the state.
It's just kind of hard to believe that they've been as bad as they have been, because this is still largely the team that played very well at the end of last year. They don't have a bunch of players on their roster that are 35, 36 years old and just now hit the wall. Buchnevich is only 30. He shouldn't be in this much of a decline. None of them should be. None of them are so old that they should suddenly not be a shell of their former selves. But it seems like the whole team has fallen into this kind of funk.
Doug, you know that Harrison's brother Master has been in a self-imposed banishment, but really keeps texting in.
Yeah.
And he said, "Where's the dumb GM who assembled this mess?" Oh, that's right, he's hiding. I doubt Doug Armstrong is hiding.
No, I don't think he's hiding.
But I will say this. I do believe this, specific to what he is addressing. I do think that if they were in town, you would have another one of those, which is becoming an unfortunate tradition in October, November around here, a Doug Armstrong State of the Union address. So with them being on the road, I think that's why you're not getting that at this particular moment. I think if they had a home game on Monday night or Tuesday night, I think he would have gotten one on Monday or Tuesday.
I suppose it's possible he could do that with the team out of town. It's possible.
Well, he could do it, but then it need to be done over Zoom so you can have local reporters who are on the road, you know.
Yeah. How many of those are there? 2? Probably Rutherford, and who covers the Blues for the Post now daily? Timmerman?
Bill?
Oh, I didn't mean to crowdsource.
Yeah. That was unfortunate.
I wouldn't put anything past Armstrong or anyone else at this point. I think pretty much all bets are off.
Matthew DeFranks.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of texts in on the Blues. People are either frustrated or just throwing their hands up in the air. The most frustrating part is this doesn't seem to make sense. The talent seems to be there. They shouldn't be this bad this far in. That's from Two Beer Timmy from OLS. Is that Our Lady of Sorrows?
I don't know. I was thinking about Two Beer Timmy.
Clip that off.
2 and that's it?
Guess he cuts himself off.
Well, that's probably smart.
Email in. Giving away Motley Crue tickets. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which is coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Then you can go over to 100westdental.com and work with Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. Giving away a $1,000 discount when you give them my name at 100 West Dental on Invisalign. And if you're not sure you want to go through with Invisalign, good news. They have the digital capabilities to show you what the finished product will look like. And then you can make the decision with that digital scanner as to whether or not you want to go through with it. 100westdental.com. They're on Manchester Road in Baldwin. Or you can call 636-585-0100. But no phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. It's 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded downtown in 1890. The building is on the same street today as where the company was originally headquartered. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. Stifel partners with everybody in town, the Cardinals, the Blues, the Stifel Charity Classic, the Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Dr. Feelgood, 89? Am I around that?
I don't know the years.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Because I remember that. Was that in Eric Loring's basement?
I don't know Eric Loring. I don't know him.
Trying to remember. Might have been Jeff Parrott. He would always have the parties. He owns Ferratos.
Does he really?
Yeah.
And these are the parties you would go to while you were at St. Gabe's grade school.
That's right.
Okay.
Look at you. You want to talk more about St. Gabriel's?
Not really, no.
What about Adam Welly's post in the YouTube chat? Hey, guys, we still haven't gone over Mizzou's path to the national championship today.
I tried to, yeah. They're 22nd right now, dominating win at Oklahoma.
There you go.
Blow Arkansas out, get a lot of help.
Yeah.
Squeeze in there at number 12. Hello, Truman.
I'm working on a path tonight, Doug.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
All
I'll
right.
keep you
There you
informed.
go, Adam Welly. The boys will have it tomorrow. I will be vacationing Jackson's parents' place. That's where my wife and I are using Jackson's. I guess it's your plane now because you got it when you turned 27, I think, per the trust.
It will be mine, so if you could just refer to it as mine, that would just be better. Just get in the habit of it now.
So, yeah, we're taking Jackson's plane.
Thank you.
From Spirit to Teterboro, and we're going to have dinner tonight in the city, as we call it, and then hang out in the Hamptons.
Yep. Fort Charles for Tim. I got him a resi at Fort Charles. Get that burger. And then, a brisk 44 degrees in Southampton right now. So.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun. So, probably going to see Billy Joel and Stern. And then we'll fly. Back just in time to get down to Matt Holliday's house for the Missouri-Oklahoma game. We're still staying there this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's awesome.
Still planning to.
My post on Power Mizzou. I know better, and yet I still did it. It's not being well received, Doug.
You lay it on me, Gabe.
Yep. Yeah. Well, they don't like me there. Where do they like me, though?
Well, I don't know.
Chairman Kurt just raised his hand.
Lord.
Yeah, it's a good strike.
Power lemming move.
I like Tim.
You need to go post in that thread then.
Yeah.
You might get attacked, though, by association.
Out to defense.
Yeah. I was just a gentleman was listening to the program, and he cited what I cited from the Doug. Is it P. Kilks? He says Tim is known for saying the most obvious thing in the world, like it's some huge revelation only he knows.
How'd that feel?
But I mean, in this case, it's a text in my phone. So I mean, it isn't something that anybody else knows, unless everybody has access to my phone. And if that is the case, I'll be doing a special podcast on my microween. I think when I do Jackson's Movie Boy on Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Stick around; it's a special Easter egg.
Yeah. If you make it to the end, that's what you'll get right at the end of the podcast. Won't be included in the notes or anything. If you know, you know.
That's correct.
I like the idea though of you just saying obvious things in a declarative way, demonstrative. Like, I'll be the only one to say this. I don't know if Matt Sowers is ready to quarterback these Tigers. Bold.
John Madden was kind of that way. He was always the master of the obvious, but somehow got away with it. I remember watching once, they were kicking off, and the wind was blowing so much in San Francisco, the ball wouldn't stay on the tee. And so some guy kneeled down and held the ball on the tee, and he would say, what he's going to do there is just going to kneel there and hold that ball so that the wind doesn't blow off. And he went on for 15 or 20 seconds, and no kidding. Master of the obvious. But it worked for him.
And he said it in a very demonstrative way, so it worked. Anyway, that was I was just texting about other crap with the guy, and he brought that up. But it wasn't anti-Missouri or anti-college football. He was just saying it's gotten to a point now that it's just out of control for him. But he wasn't saying everybody else is pulling their dollars. But it is of note, I don't even know when this began. I feel like it wasn't even going on in 2020. And I guess 2020 would be obvious, would have been probably bad form to be asking for money in 2020. But let's say 2019. But college football coaches now are talking about, NIL, and that's a big portion of the conversation in which they're asking for fans and donors to put money in, and that becomes part of the conversation as to why teams aren't necessarily winning. So that's just, at this moment, it is standard. That's the deal.
I remember maybe 2 years ago, Kentucky football coach Mark Stoops did something similar where he just was like, if we want to be competitive in the SEC, we got to spend like the other SEC teams. So that's kind of it. And he got crushed for that. But and with even more hindsight now, he's 100% right. And it's just an unfortunate thing you have to say or you have to point out in the modern world of college football.
James Carlton is involved in Missouri's NIL, and he's my insurance agent. He provides great customer service, and he wants people to know that if their insurance has gone up in the last year, this is a great time for talking with James because the cost is actually going down with him, and he can help you out. He was on the air saying that the other day. If you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James saves people the most money and historically has done so with this show in particular. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton, sponsor of Gabe DeArmond segments on the show, longtime Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, and my insurance agent, now Jamie Rivers, insurance agent. And I was texting with Brandon Kiley yesterday, and he wanted to talk it over with James. BK and James Carlton might be doing, but that's up to them, though. That's up between them. Jamie Rivers did start working with James last month and is saving a bunch of money. I've been with him now for 6+ years. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. We're giving away those Motley Crue tickets to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. So send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, can you tell us about Design Air?
Well, I could. Hopefully that's the name that comes to mind if you have any kind of problem with your furnace or air conditioning. They've been around since 1904, so there's a chance your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents even could have used Design Air way back when. And that's also a sign of a company that's got its act together and does great work, or you wouldn't be around for 121 years. But they have been. Seth Goldkamp, fourth-generation family member that has run Design Air, and boy, they do fantastic work. Part of it's because of the great people they have, like Larry the Silver Fox, the rugged Joe, the highly regarded Brian, the dashing Steve, the bold and daring Adam. You don't know who you might get, but all of them, you can be assured, will be top-notch technicians that will get you going. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat. They have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. They're just the best. Any kind of problem you might have with your furnace this winter, give them a shout. They'll get out there, get you fixed up. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your maintenance today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Getting some texts about my microwave.
Yeah, has that been a problem for you?
Well, I mean, it's certainly not an advantage.
Yeah. Well.
Is it considered a microwave if it matches the rest of the body type? That's from producer Joe's Askab.
So it's proportional.
Yeah, I guess right.
Well, it would be better. It'd probably be worse if you were 7 feet tall.
Oof. And it would sitting there with a nubbin.
Oh.
Watch this, nubbin for lovin'. I saw Tim naked once, and I didn't think it was a micro. It's from the Worst Woods Wacko. Yep, I can confirm that.
You guys are close?
No.
Like a locker room situation?
I'm just a whore.
Oh.
Hi, Doug. I like Mr. Tim. He makes me... Nope.
No, don't do
it's
it.
Brian Henson, who covers the Colts. Tim, they love you on Billikens.com. I'd be surprised by that. Real surprised.
Is that like SLU Hoops?
Yeah, it's like the Tiger board of Billiken fans.
Got it. I can see you being popular there. We have shirts on all the time.
He has shorts on all the time.
We have shirts on all the time.
Oh, I would have sworn you said you have shorts on all the time.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
He does sometimes wear shorts. Too cold now. But we have shirts on a lot. I don't know. Doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, we have shirts on a lot. So that means the Billiken fans love you. You mean Billiken shirts, not just shirts in general.
I'm not playing this game with you, Doug.
Katie Woo's burner is not happy that I'm taking vacation. Tim's gone the rest of the week, and then he'll be off next Thursday and Friday. Might as well shut it down for the next week and a half. It's from Katie Woo's burner.
You should work on Thanksgiving.
I have taken such little vacation in 2025 that I have so much left over that I'm just taking days off now to use it. That's the point. It is. But I guess that's just something that you deal with. Doug, you were accused by Steve Savard of taking weeks off at a time.
He kept saying 3 weeks. I've never had a 3-week vacation in my adult life. I swear to you, I haven't.
I worked with you for 5 years there and 17 years here, and I think the longest trip you've ever taken was when you went to Europe last year.
Yeah, maybe 2. That was the longest ever, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing that people don't want you to go on vacation, right? If they said, please take some time off, that would be worse.
Yes. So actually, Katie Woo's burner was a loving text.
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
I think you could spin it that way.
Okay. I'll go back and read the hatred on powermizzou.com and I guess on billikens.com too. Where else can I read some bad things about myself?
Reddit, fan page.
A lot of options.
Text line.
Rushmore of places I can read awful
YouTube
things
chat,
about myself. Yeah.
Details in the comments.
That's not a bad idea. All right, so now I got something to do while I take some time off.
Yeah.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, St. Louis, it's the final week of the Countdown to Thanksgiving campaign to benefit Operation Food Search, and that's hosted by our friends over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, who were in here the other day, Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, Coca-Cola, and 101 ESPN. You can now drop off a non-perishable food item at any Lee's or Hot Shots locations right now through this Friday, November 21st. Every donation earns a free Coca-Cola beverage. All this food collected will go to Operation Food Search to help local families in need, and we've all seen that right here, that it's a very important time to support our local food banks. The holidays are a perfect opportunity to give back, come together as a community, and our friends over at Lee's, Hot Shot Sports Bar and Grill, and Coca-Cola are doing just that with Operation Food Search. Each donor can also enter to win a prize package that includes gift cards to Lee's and Hot Shots, as well as Blues tickets. You can get all this info at the Countdown to Thanksgiving to benefit Operation Food Search right now at 101ESPN.com. Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night. Back in action tomorrow evening as they'll take on the Philadelphia Flyers right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5, puck drop at 6, right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here, in which we're giving away Motley Crue tickets. The tickets go on sale for the show on August 19th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater on Friday at 9 a.m., but somebody is going to win tickets here by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You can find all the ticket details and a bonus chance to register to win tickets to Motley Crue at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Always email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Mentality is a longtime TMA sponsor. They are on mentalityhealth.com. If you have noticed you're just not feeling like yourself as of late, maybe tired, sluggish, or putting on weight that you didn't used to put on, you're eating healthy, but you're still noticing that you're putting on weight, that's where Mentality can help you out. It could be you're getting older or work stress. It could also be testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Mentality can help change that, so stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com. and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com. Time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
Doug, somebody's winning Motley Crue tickets.
Well, that'll be fun.
Can you please get Pale to start doing traffic? I know at some point he would fumble the words Lucas and Hunt, and it would be awesome. Think about it. That's from Dan Beadle.
Okay, Dan Beadle.
Dearest Tim, I'd like to formally tender my Blues fan resignation. So long till we went Blues, and if we just got hot, I'm moving to greener pastures. Pastures filled quite literally with a couple of pretty Jeffco fats.
Oh.
A case of PBR and the love of fried foods and scratchers. The ladies and I won't. She's a tear for the old note.
Won't
Okay,
shed
he's
a
out.
tear.
Who? Ah!
Won't shed a tear.
Nicely
I
done.
guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an anagram.
Really?
The ladies and I won't she's, but it meant shed a tear for the old note, and will instead pour our sports fan attention and dollars into SLU women's basketball and the hard-hitting nightly coverage of all things Monster Truck. Nothing hits harder than bonging Monster Energy mixed with nameless vodka whilst cheering on the Gravedigger and El Toro Loco. 'Tis the good life, and I personally look forward to more of it. Suck it, Blues. Dougie Armstrong and the fine women of Ladue. This train's left the station. Choo-choo. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bro Fallon.
Well, boys, I had to sleep on the couch last night. While making small talk over dinner, my wife asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I said confidently, I want Tim. I don't just want him, I need him. I need him like a needle needs a vein, like my Uncle Joe in Oklahoma needs the rain, I say cheerfully. She told me I was stupid and didn't talk to me the rest of the night. We usually talk about my insecurities and jealousy at couples counseling, but it sounds like maybe she should listen next time. Am I right? Anyways, tell Doug I could still barely walk after our little sesh on Saturday.
What does that mean?
Oh, no, I just read what's in the prompter. Thanks. That's from Bill that had the 15-yarder. Hit the drop, please, Pale. P.S. Tim, that was I Need You by Tim McGraw and Faith Hill 2007 since Doug hasn't done his show prep again.
I didn't like that at all.
15-yarder for Bill.
Just Bill. Poor email, Bill.
The college football landscape really got me thinking. We are happy to announce a deal that has been struck with Doug and Big Sandwich. Stop by our Crestwood Mall kiosk and get yourself a Doug Hoagie. It is obviously a plain, ordinary tuna fish sandwich, but if you order it in 2 days in a row, we will send you 6 pan coins just in time for your prominent winter holiday celebration. Nice. And don't think that we forgot about the kiddos. It's also called the Doug Hoagie because we didn't think this through, and it contains peanut butter and mayonnaise. You haven't enjoyed a Doug until you've had it slathered in mayonnaise. All sandwiches come with tap water, no substitutes. With enough support, we can fund Jackson breaking rink ice hockey news, like neighbors returning to the lineup and making sure that he was properly credited for the story, even though it didn't happen. We still believe in it.
That doesn't matter.
Shooter McGavin, the vice president of handcrafted lanyards for senior day since Jackie hates boulders.
Shooter
Be better.
McGavin.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Yeah, I'm good. I'm approaching this email situation much like a stand-up comedian would and trying to get new material. Like Mr. McKernan said, see what is going to work and get through the filter so we can be ready for the January prize from Design Air Heating and Cooling. First of all, a shameless plug for the great sponsor, Design Air. Never hurts. I enjoyed listening to you guys. Talked to the guy who was in studio yesterday. Super nice guy, friendly guy, incredibly pale, almost translucent even. What was his name? Casper? If Doug is white and Jackson is pale, then Greg was clear. I'd also like to request more Jackson on chairman necking, or Doug regaling us with stories from his time as a youth, like pushing a hoop with a stick. Just something to make me feel alive, you know? Okay, taters, that's from the Sexy Robot.
Sexy Robot.
And Doug, unfortunately, it's 10:58. I got to go.
Well, there wasn't a lot there. Not a lot there. I guess Shooter McGavin.
Bill.
Bill was horrible.
I want to give some love to a newbie, Bro Fallon.
Boy, I kind of liked Bro Fallon as well. I'm going to go Bro Fallon. Bro Fallon
Lucas
has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today and is going to Motley Crue. Congratulations to Bro Fallon. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. I apologize to Katie Woo's burner, but I will be off tomorrow and Friday. But back on Monday. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.